This is the Town of Lake Park, Florida regular commission meeting for Wednesday, May 6, 2026. The time is now 6:38 p.m. Can we have the clerk please take the roll call?
Commissioner Linden? Here. Commissioner O'Rourke?
Here.
Commissioner Thomas?
Present.
Vice Mayor Hensley?
Here.
Mayor Mashad?
Here. Can we all please rise for the pledge?
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. Welcome everybody tonight in the audience, as well as welcome to everybody up here on the dais. A couple of housekeeping measures I want to take care of beforehand before we get started. I believe it was indicated to me items number 12 and 14 have been pulled from the agenda.
Yes, sir.
Just for the record, if you want to.
Yes, sir. And the PADD item will be rescheduled for the next commission meeting.
Okay, so for the record again, items 12 and 14 have been pulled from this agenda today. Also, asking for a consensus of reorganizing item number 17 for the town grant making program. This is under new business. I wanted to move that up prior to public comment. I feel it's, wouldn't be appropriate to have these people waiting all night, depending on how the night's going to go. So just wanted to get a consensus from my fellow commission members if you are okay with that. And a motion and a second to follow through. Again, just for the record, it is item number 17 on the grant making. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I noticed that we had some residents make some phone calls to me in order to see if we can move item number 18 up.
On the town facility rental and special event fee waiver?
No, that's 18 or 18, he said.
Oh, thank you.
Noticing.
Discussion on public noticing requirements, proposed land development regulations. Okay, so we have a request from the Vice Mayor to move that up. I guess we can pair that off with 17 and put those two items before public comment. If there are any objections, please say so now. Otherwise, I will entertain a motion.
Before public comment?
Before public comment, we have a lot of public comment cards in my hands tonight. So I know not all of these may be necessarily general. Looking at these so far. I can do it after public comment.
Yeah,
before consent.
I would say, could we just move it after consent? And before the public ordinance on first reading? Could be
I'm not opposed to that.
I would suggest we put it before consent because I see our agenda includes 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6,
Remember, we have two.
7, 8 items on consent, and I'm going to be pulling quite a few of those.
Okay,
You want to pull
so,
them now? You want to pull them
well,
now?
no, we can't do that now.
Okay.
We have to wait till they approve the agenda.
5, 6.
Okay, so there's a motion that needs to be made for,
I make a motion to move item 17 and 18 up above consent.
okay, we have a first and a second. Any other further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? The motion passes. Okay.
Did we agree to, was it by consensus or was it by a vote in order to remove items 12 and 14? Did we have to approve that?
They were just taken off the.
It was just removed. It was just
It was just
removed.
removed, yes.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. We went pledge allegiance. Next is the approval of the agenda. If there's any other requests to be made for any items to be moved or pulled, please say so now. Otherwise, I will entertain a motion. And again, if you are looking at items on consent, we have, I'm sorry,
It's a motion to
approve the agenda.
approve the
as-
agenda as amended.
Yep. Thank you.
Motion to approve the agenda as amended.
Second?
Any other further discussion? Thank you, Town Attorney, for helping clarify. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Approval of the agenda passes unanimously. Next, we have special presentation and report. We have a proclamation for Public Works Week for the week of May 17, 2026 to May 23rd, 2026. Do we have members of the Public Works Department that would like to come forward so we can present this to them?
So Commissioners, we didn't have any members today because unfortunately we were doing some repair works and we were working on some other activities and they couldn't stay. So they apologize for not being able to be here today, but they do accept the proclamation.
Okay, would you like to step up?
Yes, sir.
For their behalf? Sure. All right. This is a proclamation in honor of National Public Works Week. Whereas public works services including sanitation, facility maintenance, streets and sidewalk maintenance, fleet maintenance, stormwater management, ground maintenance, and administrative support from the foundation of our community's infrastructure. Oops, did I skip something? Oh, no, I didn't. Form the foundation of our community's infrastructure and help ensure resilience, sustainability, and the well-being of all who visit, and especially those who call Lake Park home. And whereas the maintenance and enhancement of critical infrastructure, including sanitation systems, public facilities, roadways, stormwater systems, and public spaces are made possible through the dedication and expertise of public work professionals, whose efforts in both the public and private sectors contribute to the protection, improvement, and restoration of our community. And whereas the health, safety, and quality of life of our residents and businesses rely significantly on the specialized services provided by the Town of Lake Park Public Works Department. The department employs demonstrative, unwavering commitment and efficiency across multiple disciplines, including sanitation, facility maintenance, streets management, fleet management, stormwater management, and ground maintenance, and are deserving of our deepest appreciation and recognition. And whereas fostering public awareness of and appreciation for the essential role of public works amongst residents, civic leaders, businesses, and future generations is vital to strengthening our community's infrastructure and supporting its continued advancement. And whereas in times of natural disasters and emergencies, public works professionals serve as first responders, arriving early to mitigate risk and remaining until the community is fully restored, thereby exemplifying dedication, resilience, and service. And whereas this year, 2026, marks the 66th anniversary of National Public Works Week, a nationally recognized observance endorsed by the American Public Works Association, and this milestone presents an opportunity for the Town of Lake Park to honor and celebrate the invaluable contribution of a Public Works Department under this year's theme, Rooted in Service, Powered by Community. Very well said. Now, therefore, I, Roger Mashad, Mayor of the Town of Lake Park, do hereby proclaim the week of May 17th through May 23rd, 2026 as National Public Works Week. Congratulations.
On behalf of the team, on behalf of Public Works team, I'm grateful to receive this proclamation on their behalf. They're an excellent team. I have an honor and the privilege to lead, to work, and to share every responsibility that they do. They're an amazing team, and day by day they show their contribution to the town. So thank you from the bottom of my heart to Public Works Department and every single member of this town. Thank you.
Okay. Next, we have a presentation. Honorable mention, second place finish for the Read for the Record 2026. We get a participation trophy.
Good evening, and no, it's not a participation trophy.
I'm just joking.
We got second place, and we almost got first, because I talked to her about it. This is Judy Cooper. I'm the library director for the Lake Park Public Library, and I would like to present the commission with the certificate that we got for honorable mention for Read for the Record. This is the 20th anniversary of the Read for the Record, and now I can't remember my numbers. We had 700, how many did we have? We had 708 students or individuals read to at 14 locations. And this is, we've gotten honorable mentions in 23 and 24.
Okay. I guess I will come up and receive it.
Could I say something real quick?
Sure, absolutely.
Just want to say thank you to Judy and her team. This is a big project to coordinate and do all that. So Judy, great job. Also, thank you to the commission. Thank you to our staff. Thank you to the community for, jumping in. It takes people to read to those 700 kids and folks. So a lot of people helped and really, really appreciated. And honorable mention in the entire county is not bad, coming in second.
Absolutely.
So
Out
thank
of
you for your
12.
effort.
Out of 12.
There we go. So
Because
we might be small, but we're mighty.
That's my motto, man.
Yeah, it's the 20,000 and under group, and there were 12, and it was Lantana won first place, and it was us and North Palm for second. We tied.
It's all right. We'll change that narrative next year.
Yes, we will.
We're going to move Lantana into another group.
Okay. Well,
Congratulations.
please, I want to give a round of applause to everybody that's participated. You want to second?
You would second it,
Oh, good. All right. Next, we have a presentation, discussion, and direction on the Town of Lake Park strategic plan for the next 3 to 5 years. And we have on stage Ms. Merrill. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. I have been tasked with something challenging and interesting. We are looking to create our first strategic plan. So I'm going to talk a little about that and then ask you for some input and feedback. Okay, why do we need a strategic plan? Strategic plan will build trust within our community, bring residents and stakeholders together, create a shared vision for the town, guide decisions and actions toward common goals, and define the values that will shape our future. In order to do this, as I said, we're going to engage stakeholders. Stakeholders are largely our community, the people who are here. It is very important to get their feedback and input. In order to do that, we will have public workshops. We'll issue community surveys for them to respond to. We'll place door hangers with reminders and information about attending meetings or filling out online surveys. and we're going to place yard signs and other reminders throughout the town. Our plan to do this will start next month, where we'll issue an RFP to hire a consultant. Following month, we will be receiving and reviewing the proposals. Then we will select a consultant, and then between August and January, the consultant will develop the strategic plan. So the strategic plan is a valuable, multifaceted tool that can support the town's forward motion and positive growth while developing a single vision for the town, which will serve as a guiding light over the next 3 to 5 years for all of the town's future decision-making. Our goal is that whenever we work on a project or have a plan or something like that that's going to impact the entire town, that we can tie it to one of the goals in the strategic plan. So there's clear reasoning behind our actions. At this moment, we have a draft scope of work that we're proposing for the strategic plan that our consultant would then follow. I will give you a little bit of what we have, and then I ask that you consider yay, nay, if you like it, if you want to add to it, subtract from it, and so on. So the first step would be initial assessment and discovery. Conducting a SWOT analysis, which is our strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, both internal and external. Utilizing available information. In order to do this, the consultant would interview stakeholders, create and disseminate surveys for small target groups and surveys for the broader community. Conduct public workshops in order to receive and include a greater number of responses, and meet with department heads for input and discussion. After that, they would be tasked with sharing findings with the town commission and obtaining feedback in order to guide the next steps. Our goal with this is to have this individual or organization conduct as much community outreach as possible, including surveys, workshops, meetings. Then they would have meetings with department heads to bring back their information and share information. We would share information with them. And then that would help with the information necessary to help define the priorities, which would be the town's core values. Does anybody have any input on that?
Any input or questions for Ms. Merrill or staff as a whole? Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Merrill, for taking on this task, and I'm sure you're the right person for the job. I do love your strategic plan. Actually, I went through a strategic plan today, and it's just a general question, because I wanted to make sure that we have in it. I know we have the stakeholders, which is awesome, and we all are tied to a plan of the stakeholders, which is all of us. But when we have this gal, a company up, if we can have a monitoring process to make sure that we're staying on track through the 3 to 5 years of the strategic plan. SWOT analysis is great. That's the first thing we have to do, is do a SWOT analysis and see where we're going, strength, weakness, threats, and that whole thing. But then we want to come up with a common goal, and if we can just have a monitoring plan to make sure we're monitoring to make sure we're on track with our goals, will be great. Once again, Merrill, thank you so much for a strategic plan, town manager. This is awesome. This is every business entity needs one of these, so thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Just a quick question.
Of
How
course.
do you plan to engage with the community aside from the surveys and stuff like that? Do you guys have plans to do like tent pop-ups at certain parts of the community?
We will provide our suggestions to the individual or organization who are ultimately hired. That will be among our suggestions. And as I said, in addition, there'll be door hangers and mailings and town halls and, online surveys, in-person meetings. Our goal is to meet the people where they are, because this is for them. This is, for us to make this town what the residents want it to be. So in order to do that, as with anything, you need to meet the people where we are, and that is our goal.
Okay, I thank you for that.
You're welcome.
And thank you for giving us that for the record. So, any other questions? Commissioner Linden.
I think the strategic plan is a good idea. My only concern.
Excuse me, is your microphone on?
Thank you. I like the idea of a strategic plan. My only concern is we're looking 3 to 5 years out, and things change rapidly. And 5 years may be too long. We have any plans to revisit this or modify it in year 2, 3, or 4?
We can address it and amend it at the commission's discretion. It is up to you. If you decide 6 months in you want to change it, we can do that. If you decide 3 months, 3 years, we can do that. This is a guiding light. It is not etched in stone. So as you said, things change, and it is our goal. Part of the goal of this is to allow the town to change with the times. So, yes.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome. Commissioner?
Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, I, just to sort of piggyback on what the mayor is asking of how we are going to notify the public, I thought a good idea would be to, as we go through this process, is to maybe have large, maybe billboard type things like in the corners of our community to say that the town of Lake Park is undergoing a strategic plan to please come and provide input as it relates to the strategic plan. What I do want to make note of is that all community, in order for them to be successful, you need a plan. So we start off with a comprehensive plan, and that's a long-range plan. It gives us our plans in 10, 20, 25-year segments. And then, of course, you have a plan, which is your land development regulations, how you're going to implement it. But what our town has not had is a visioning plan. What do we envision our town to be? And that has been lacking. And so therefore what happens is that when there's a project that's coming forth, there is, and no particular project, I'm just saying when development occurs in your community, I think that's probably a better way of saying it. When development occurs in your community, because there's no vision to what you perceive your community to be, then that becomes a concern. And I think with a community like ours, which was actually planned over 100 years ago, because they had a vision of what they wanted to see this community as, this is a very good opportunity to do that, because this gives our community a vision for what do we want to see in the future. Thank you.
Commissioner O'Rourke, do you have anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
We have had vision plans before, so it's just we have a different administration. So that's really what's going on. This idea that we don't have a vision, we did. We just don't follow that anymore. And I'm glad to see that we're going to hire another consultant. Thank you. That's all I have.
Well, building upon what you and Commissioner Thomas just said, our next item of the scope of work is mission and vision. And what we would have the consultant do, again, with your approval and direction, is to update and or revise the town's mission and vision as appropriate based on the results of what was accomplished at the first step, which we just discussed, and then create core value statements based on the mission and vision.
So basically, you'll be looking at old stuff and making it a new
Yes.
and update. Okay. Town manager?
Yes. Going to Commissioner Linden's question and really tying into the Vice Mayor's comments, annually we will update, even though we have this umbrella strategic plan that identifies your key principles or core values, whatever we end up calling them, every year we'll basically be updating our strategic plan. We'll have a meeting just like we're doing now where we ask you guys, what do you want to see in the budget? What do you want to see going forward? Those things, those items will then become part of your plan for that next year where they fall under each of the core values or the key priorities. So when the Vice Mayor is asking for a plan to monitor how we're doing, it goes into your question as well. So annually, every time we do our budget, everything that we do will be assigned to one of those 4, 5, 6, 7 core values, priorities, whatever we call them. Even in our agenda packets, we will start identifying which one of those core values each item on our agenda is contributing to. So our public will see that we are we're achieving, or we're striving to achieve the goal that's, or the vision that's outlined in the strategic plan. And if it's 3 years, it's 5 years, it's whatever we decide, but every year you will have the opportunity to update your projects, your objectives, and different things like that. So it'll be a living and evolving document.
Commissioner Linden.
Thank you. The question I have, we've already allocated $50,000 in the budget for this. Do we really need a consultant?
The reason why you want to bring someone is that you have an independent person that can speak to the commission, that can speak to the community, bring these things together. And frankly, that's very helpful when you're able to do that and be able to speak frankly in some of these meetings.
Yeah, but I think what Commissioner Linden is saying, if I know Commissioner Linden, will the consultant engulf that budgetary item?
Thank you. You got it, yeah.
The $50,000.
Yeah.
I think I speak Linden in some ways. Just a little bit, just.
I think if this commission remembers, we had allocated at some point 10,000. So I think it could possibly be up to, not to exceed.
No, correct.
So I just think that, and I think when we initially, parts of, a number of us were here, some of us weren't here, and it's now 2026. And so we just really sort of like have to be realistic on what we can get for when it was 10,000 to what we may get if it's 25,000.
Absolutely.
And I think if we write it in, we should probably say not to exceed so that they're not gobbling up. And we could probably put a cap on that as a commission.
Commissioner O'Rourke.
Thank you. Look, I have to be very careful what I say. I don't mind to be offensive to people, but I'm going to use as an example the Bert Bostrom thing. We've had a consultant there. It's going on for a long time. I see Chris here. Chris and Kelly have been involved in youth sports, and we're talking about shiny objects and what we're going to do for playgrounds and stuff, but we never, and I'm using this as an example of how the consultant business works. Nobody's putting sports programs together. Nobody's getting kids out there, but yet we have a whole group of people in our town that are willing to do these things. So I think we have staff that can handle this, but again, this is my limited view with regard to consultants and our approach that seems to be every time we want to do something, we need a consultant to sell us on the idea we can have all these pretty things in our parks. For example, that was my example. And I think it's the same thing. I don't think we need a consultant to find out the direction we're going. There's people in here who have plenty of opinions on where we need to go in this town. And that's just my view. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner O'Rourke. Vice Mayor?
I do understand what Commissioner O'Rourke is saying. So are they going to put a request for?
Yes.
So if we get and hear me out, if we get a proposal that we don't agree with, it still have to come back to us.
Correct.
And we don't like it, we can turn it down.
Correct.
However, if we want to save money, instead of putting it on staff, my opinion, form a committee with staff and some residents. It's a united plan together to put a vision together for our town. So that's another option we can look at.
Okay.
I would say just take all that, put it as suggestions. Don't put an iron stamp to anything, and see what's the best approach.
Absolutely.
But great job, Meryl.
Thank you. I'm not done.
Oh, that's fine, but in terms of what you just heard is what I mean.
Absolutely. Thank
Okay.
you. Okay, our next item in the scope of work would be goals. So we would ask the person we hire or the people we engage, however it's determined, to define strategic goals using SMART, which is specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound objectives focused on helping Lake Park adhere to its mission, achieve its vision, and uphold its core values. We would then share these goals with the town commission and obtain feedback. We would be aiming for, goals in different areas such as financial sustainability, ensuring that the town is clean and safe, that we celebrate diversity, and what type of community do we ultimately want to be? Do we want to be family-oriented? Is there something else that we want to define ourselves as? Things like that. So at this time, I ask for more input.
I will look to my right, not to my far right, but my immediate right. Commissioner Thomas.
Okay. All I have to say is that the timeline is very tight, right? And I'm okay with this, but we need to make sure that we're really tight on it, because if we're looking to have this plan in the way, when it says develop the strategic plan, I'm hoping that when we say develop the strategic plan, it's actually that it's a written strategic plan.
Yes, actually, that's one of my later
Okay?
things.
And
but
what,
yes.
and the reason why I'm saying that, that's a 6 months period, okay? So, in a month and a half, we are doing an RFP. By July, we are expecting to review the RFP.
By the end of July.
By the end of July, we're selecting. So what we're saying is that in 2 months, we're looking for, this is May, June, July, yeah. So in 2 months, in actuality, we are looking to select a consultant for this strategic plan. And the next following month, boots are on the ground and residents are ready to move. I do want to put a sort of caveat on this, right? Well, let's see here. Okay, we should be good, because a lot of times what happens is that things are put to side because we say we do have residents that are not here during the winter months, and therefore because they're not here during the winter months, we can't move forward with certain items. And I know of a couple that's been like that, and it's sort of been delayed now into perpetuity. But that would give us exactly 6 months to meet with your residents, have a plan ready, adopt, and for us to adopt, I would say, by January of 2027.
That is our goal, and we do understand it's a very ambitious goal.
Aggressive.
Yes. But we don't want to let this linger. This is something that we feel needs to be done, that we need to move forward, and, like with many things in life, the longer you drag it out, the less likely you are to complete it. So it is our hope that we can adhere to this. I will be working with the consultant who is selected, and you've all met me. I can nudge gently.
Okay, and so with that being in mind about the discussion that's gone, back and forth here, that's very ambitious for an in-house staff to do, okay? I'm just letting you know that right now. With this timeline, it's extremely ambitious for an in-house staff to do, and then have individuals from the community to be a part of this. Because everyone has, if they decide to have a committee to do this, we're talking about some very strong and tight timelines. So I'm looking at this, and I just want to make sure that as we move through this, that we are realistic in our timeline, because one of the things is members of the public coming back and saying, we rushed through this process.
Correct.
Or we delayed this process, right? So.
And if I may, this is,
Oh, that's good.
we good? This is why I'm standing here before you. Not only are you welcome to add your input about the scope of work, but you're more than welcome to address the timeline and propose any changes. I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, I would think as you're going through the process, there may be an instance or two where you yourselves, you meaning you, Merrill, and those that are on your team, will identify if adjustments need to be made. And I'm sure the town manager will co-sign with that as well.
Absolutely. And please bear in mind that this timeline was put forth, we're going to go with that, but
Yeah,
we're
go ahead,
gonna-
go ahead, please.
This timeline was put forth based on our engaging a consultant. If it were to be conducted in-house and forming committees, it might be a different story.
I just have a quick one.
Okay.
I just wanted to point out that with the timeline, if we follow this timeline, it would not be able to be applied to our budget process. And the second thing I just wanted to say was that if this is able to be modified every year, why are we worried about it not getting done quickly? We can
Let us
always
start.
modify it the next year. It can be modified, though. It's
No,
not.
but you
it's
can't
not-
modify something that isn't
It's not the
adopted.
Constitution, though. It's not, it's not like.
Well, it becomes the constitution of your town, of what the vision that you want your town to be. Well, no, let me put it this way. Your comprehensive plan is your constitution of your town, okay? But nevertheless, what I'm like just saying, with this, is that we really need like to put no later than a year. You know what I'm saying? So that we meet, like we really meet this. Because as I look at this is going to be extremely hard to achieve. This is just me understanding what this looks like. Because I
Absolutely.
know what this looks like.
Okay, just before we go any further, understand this is simply direction and discussion. That's all she's hoping for, is to understand where you would like them to begin and to start. All this is all the hodgepodge within the scope of moving forward. That will get adjusted accordingly as we walk the path, just so we all understand. Okay? Vice Mayor.
Back to your original question. I think, keep what type of what kind of town we want, if it's diverse or family.
Okay.
Okay?
I believe there may be someone else with a question.
Commissioner Linden.
I'm a little confused. So are we going to still go ahead and put an RFP out for a consultant? Or are we going to wait till we see what we can do in-house?
Guys,
She-
if I could jump in. Oh,
Meryl, I think what we're going to come down to that, but she's asking us questions on what we would like to see in the plan. And then I'm pretty sure there's a couple of more questions, correct?
The idea.
Ideas?
I am standing here before, okay. I came up here before you initially to ask for your input on the proposed
She had a
scope
couple
of
of
work.
questions, so we need to get through, and then we'll get to that part.
No, we're getting through it. It's okay.
So,
It's okay. I think, and I understand where Commissioner Linden's coming from, again, because I speak Linden. As we're making these statements, she's going to modify her correspondence and her documents to reflect what we've directed them, meaning we want them now to consider either a team or a consultant. That changes June completely,
yes.
correct?
Yes, and as it happens, I have a meeting on the calendar with the town manager for 10 a.m. tomorrow where we can discuss this while it's all fresh in our minds.
Can you do me a favor? Sure. As you're hearing all this and then this little timeline here, can you provide us with an updated timeline as you go along?
As we go along tonight,
Not tonight, but after what you hear tonight.
Of course.
If it affects the timeline, can you just
yes.
provide us?
As I said, I'm meeting with the town manager tomorrow, and that will be part of our discussion.
What we'll do
That
is,
will appease the audience up here.
I live to serve.
what we'll do is, this is our projection. As we go through the RFP process and we get responses, that's going to be one of the things that we're going to hear from the consultant on what is a reasonable time to complete this. So this is just right now, just an estimate. But with regards to, the budget process, this would be available if we were on this timeline or close to this timeline, we would be available for the fiscal year 2028 budget process. But to try and do something like this in-house right now, we just don't have the staff to do it right now. Being here a year as your manager, a little over now, we need to have the direction of where we're planning to go as a community. This document, this plan, having the community involved will contribute to that. It allows us to be able to have an idea, a vision of where we want to go. These vision, our vision changes over time, as Commissioner O'Rourke talked about. We need to define that so that we have a plan of where we want to be. Basically, where do we want to be when we grow up one day, And we need to have that as staff. I believe you guys need that. The community needs to have that. And this does help bring the community together as well. And that's an issue that we do have and we need to address, is bringing our community together. And these types of items and opportunities help with that. So I wish I could say that we could do it in-house, but I just can't commit to that. I don't know that we could do it in-house.
Okay.
Okay. Next item was action planning and implementation. So going back to the idea that a consultant will be doing this, the consultant would develop detailed action plans based on approved goals, delineate timelines, and necessary resources required for achievement. So they would attach specific suggested tasks designed to foster intelligent, focused achievement and stated goals. They would include key performance indicators to track progress. And those are, like I said, these are just kind of overviews. So is there anything else that you would like to see in the action planning and implementation phase?
Commissioner Thomas.
I was going to say, this is a great opportunity for us to codify many of the plans that we do have out there. We do. We have like a mobility plan. We have a Bert Bostrom plan that would be coming. So we have a Kelsey plan. So when we have a strategic plan, in my mind, this is the umbrella for all of those plans, so it actually shows where we are and how it's going to be implemented. It also puts the idea too of what our capital improvement plan would be, because this should run concurrent with the capital improvement plan. So the idea of a strategic plan is really to encompass those plans, so we do have an idea and a direction.
Anyone else? Continue.
Okay. So next is the all-important communication strategy. So this individual would create a strategy for communicating the completed strategic plan to town staff and to residents, business owners, and other stakeholders, including its importance and benefits to each segment. This is one thing I would just like to throw in a little note about this. It's something that we would work closely with this person or people on, because they're coming in with their experience, but we have experience with our community. We know them. We know what works, what doesn't work, how they prefer to receive information, what's been most successful. So this would be definitely a partnership element.
And Mr. Mayor, what we probably would do is create some sort of web page on our website that has a dashboard identifying, what's been completed, what's in progress, so that the public can see, maybe not in actual real time, but in real time or pretty current on where we stand with meeting the goals, objectives, and policies that are outlined.
Yeah, I've seen that. I've seen that done
Yes,
in
sir.
other cities. So,
Yes, sir.
Meryl?
Does anyone have any comments on that element?
Commissioner Linden, you have anything? I'm good. Vice Mayor, you good? We're good on the right? Okay.
So then, as I alluded to before with Commissioner Thomas's request, the final deliverable would be for the individual or organization to provide the town commission with a comprehensive written strategic plan, and then conduct a final workshop where that information is shared with the community, with the commission, so that everybody understands how we got here, where we arrived, and what the future looks like based on the completed document.
One more tidbit.
Sure.
I know we use social media as a platform as well to interact with and engage with the public. Will we use that as well
We will use
to-
all the tools at our disposal.
as well as like an email specific to the vision plan?
Yes, we can use the same, mailing list that we use for our newsletter. We can use the website. We can literally use everything at our disposal.
Yeah.
When Commissioner Thomas mentioned billboards, my first thought is we can do the banners like Reuniti does for the special events. We can do those because those are a lot of eyes fall on those. So, yeah.
Okay.
So does anyone have any input on that?
No, but you have done a great job in introducing us to this, and I look forward to the journey of where this goes, as well as the input from both us, as well as, most importantly, the public, and how they see our town moving forward.
Thank you. I appreciate your compliments and your support, and I look forward to helping to bring this to fruition.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well done. Okay. Next, we have a discussion on 754 Park Avenue project update with Mr. Michael Rung. Welcome, Mr. Rung.
Thank you all so much. It's a pleasure being here, and I want to personally thank each one of you for your commitment and dedication to the town. I know what you guys do is often a sort of difficult and thankless task, so I want to thank you for all you do for the town. I also have Scott Van Bommel here, who's the builder of the property at 754 Park Avenue, and I want to thank thank Scott for doing what I think is a fantastic job on a beautiful, beautiful construction on what was a very derelict property, as you guys all know. I think now the building that's there looks of the caliber of Palm Beach Island and something that we can all be very proud of. It's been a very long, arduous, painful, and complicated journey getting to this point, but I think we can all celebrate the fact that we now have a beautiful building. Also the fact that the plaza, the entire plaza, I'm the owner of the entire plaza from 7th to 8th Street, including the 754 building, which was a later acquisition. But I'm very happy to say that at this point, we only have one new vacancy, and that's the first time I can say that since we've owned the building. It's been a real struggle for many of our tenants who've been, in their own words, drowning, with very poor footfall, very, the town's been very, very difficult for new businesses or existing businesses also. And I think hopefully with the new building, we'll see some, positive turnaround. We have a tenant already in place for that building, which I'm very excited about. I know that you guys are aware of Big John, who's renting the space. I'm not sure whether he's been approved yet for a special exemption. That's a question I guess I have. But I know that the CRA was very involved in presenting him to us, bringing him to us as a potential tenant, and I know he's very, very excited about it. But before I go on further, I did want to introduce Scott and have him give you a little bit of an update in terms of where we are today with the completion.
As the building now, as that's the original intent was to clean it up as the shell, so which has been done now in order to attract tenants, which has been successful because now it's fully leased. So as it is now, there's all the spaces are all in architecture to have their build-outs all drawn with mechanicals, everything that goes with that building. So with timeline-wise, architecture is in progress now. Probably going to see that within the next couple of weeks. Some preliminaries will come out. From there, it goes to the building department here for approval. Once it goes through that process, so I would assume this summer will be, the building's fully leased, so we have the rooftop bar, that gets approved, the bakery, the restaurant, the entire building will have a lot of activity. So, hopefully that all goes well as far as approval for that type of business. But everything that's being done there now will probably start in this summer to be as the build-outs, as it gets approved from building department, goes into construction, it can only be a good thing. The rest of the plaza, we're considering doing the facelift and the entire plaza, so cleaning up the whole thing. So continues to make it comfortable for the rest market that comes, the entire block. There's we're working with the CRA too. Also, they're going to help with trying to get some grants for the bakery that's coming. There's the other new restaurant that's in the other building, so there's 2 restaurants actually coming in there. So we're going to have a lot of foot traffic that will be beneficial to, the whole town. And as a personal note, I went to Lake Park Elementary. I've grown up in this town. So as far as strategic, if you need a volunteer for what was and what's here now, call me. I'll volunteer.
Well, I'm sure that some of you have questions, so I'd like to sort of hear from you before we go on further, if you have any questions for us.
Commissioner O'Rourke. Make sure your mic's on.
I meant to say good evening. Thank you for being here tonight. I have a specific question. You say that you're going to have, you're going to be bringing in tenants. I wanted to relate this. Although these items have been pulled, there is an item that's coming up in our next meeting, and it's very important with regard to some of the things you're discussing here, with regard to whether it's a special exception or a permitted use. And I want you to kind of tell me what's going on with regard to that, because that's something that's going to come up next month, and you're not going to be next meeting, and you're not going to be here for that. So if you can enlighten us
I'll just say
maybe that's something we can address that night and have a better understanding.
Thank you so much for asking that question. I will say, the special exemptions has been a real pain point for us as building owners.
And I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you are in the core area of the PADD,
Unfortunately, I'd love to talk to you about that. I'm in the outer core, which I don't understand because I have parking lot behind me and commercial in front of me. And it just doesn't make sense to me that why I'm considered outer core, where there's no residential, except maybe the theater building at the end could be close to residential at the south of the plaza, but I'm considered outer core, and I don't know why I wasn't here when that was decided, but that makes it very, very difficult for us. And I also know that there's restrictions in terms of development for outer core. And, as we continue to invest in the building, I think that will be something potentially very, very difficult for us financially as we're considered outer core. The building across the street, I can understand that. Now, I don't know what you guys call that one across from us, facing us, because that backs into residential. We have no residential around us at all. So that's one thing I would love to request, that maybe if there's an opportunity for you guys to reconsider, at least we own the entire block, but at least for the majority of the block, maybe if you say to us, hey, you know what, we want you to be 180 feet or whatever it is from residential, and then maybe the theater building gets, cut off from that core and designated outer core, that would be something I would understand. But it doesn't make sense to me, especially because the earlier plan had all of us as the same color, and then suddenly I became a outer core pad. And that makes it difficult. One of the things, as you mentioned, Commissioner Linden, is that, for us, it's been very much like a chicken and the egg situation with tenants. For example, we've had...
Michael, I'm Commissioner O'Rourke.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
I'm so sorry.
It's the first time I've met you, so...
I apologize.
Okay,
I follow you. I watch all the videos, and I
can understand.
I
can understand the confusion. I can understand the confusion.
Well, I've met Commissioner Linden. I've met him in his Santa.
Oh, Santa's going to be doing a lot of work this year.
Well, I've met Commissioner Linden at the plaza as Santa, so I apologize.
Sorry to interrupt.
That's just me being nervous. I'm not a public speaker, guys, so I apologize. I get a little nervous standing in front of everyone. But one of the big pain points for us as landlords has been to attract people into the plaza where their ability to get permissions is, I know the town always says, oh, it's fast. It's not fast. It takes forever to get the special exemption agreed, even if the CRA says, that's the kind of business we're looking for. Even if they bring us that tenant, it becomes really a big pain point for us. Why? Because I have to take it off the market. They can't apply for CRA grants until they get permission. In the case of the Culinarchy, I don't know whether you guys realize, the former owner passed away. We had no rent for several months. We had a widow who was not able to even pick up the phone and talk to us about it. It was a very, of course, it's not the rent I'm talking about, it's just the difficulty of having that kind of purgatory. Then I really appreciated, Commissioner O'Rourke bringing up the topic, well, is 90 days too insignificant for us to now reapply as the permitted usage? it's just not possible for us to find a tenant, get their permissions, for them to have that big question over their heads, like, would we be able to get any CRA money? I don't think since I've owned the plaza, and please correct me if I'm wrong, I'm sure the town commissioner is aware, I don't think anyone, including us, has gotten a penny of CRA money. A penny. We have actually, when we bought the plaza, I'm sorry, that's incorrect. When we bought the 754 building, we bought it from one of our tenants who was dedicated IT. He was paying us rent, he was a tenant. He had bought that building years before for his own use. And into about 2 years of my ownership of the plaza, he came to me and said, hey, you know what, I can't afford to finish it. Would you buy it? I'll be your tenant. His partner in the project was a contractor who wanted to open up a brewery in the space, and the two of them were in it together to build this thing. I became the owner. I became their, I'll say landlord, but they weren't obviously paying me rent. The building was still in construction. And the guy who was the partner in that was to continue the construction, but by the time he was able to give us a proposal of what it would cost to finish it, by the time we even got around to not even starting it, but even trying to figure out how to complete the building, they came to me and said that they were no longer interested in working here. They wanted out. I did my own research into the history of the building and had discovered that they had gotten $300,000 in CRA money. And I made sure that we put that in escrow before we closed on the building, and I'm glad I did. I did bring it to the former town manager's attention, saying, you know what, we have this money, this $300,000 in escrow, which is, town money, and we were able to get that returned to the CRA, which we're very proud of. But again, we have not gotten a penny of CRA money. Even our tenants, we were told, by the previous town managers that there were grants for grease traps for restaurants. There were all kinds of things for beautification, improvements of the plaza. We haven't seen any of that. But I think I'm going off topic. The special exemption issue is a huge one for us. We had a ballet school who was interested in renting the 754 building. We were told that that was not
a permitted use, right?
It was not a permitted use. We had a martial arts, which was a huge fiasco. That's unfortunately the first time I met the mayor.
Not a permitted use in that area?
Not permitted use. We've had a wonderful usage, which I thought would have been amazing, which was a children's, I don't want to say amusement park, but someplace where you'd go and host a child's birthday party in the theater. I thought that would have brought a lot of life to the plaza. We were told that that was not a permitted use. We had another tenant who wanted to do swim classes for kids where they could do those rowboat things. Again, we were told that was not a permitted use. It's just been really, and I empathize with you because I know
Mr.
a lot
Aram,
of
I'm going to interrupt you because you're going off topic, and I want to get you back on topic. One of the issues that's going on with you, and I'm sorry to kind of grab the conversation here.
All right, you're just doing lead off. It's okay.
Okay. There's been issues with you and deadlines.
Me and?
Let's address that.
Me and what?
You and deadlines. Your group and deadlines.
Yes.
We want this to get done. Tell me how it's going to get done. That's what I want to know.
Do you mind if I go into a little bit of history, just a little bit, which was that we were working very, very closely with the town manager after we bought the buildings. We were meeting, I would say, every 2 weeks to talk about progress on the plaza and everything else. I'm not pointing fingers. I have huge respects for everyone here on the dais. But when we met the new town manager at the very first meeting, I was told I owed something like $60,000 in past fines and penalties for code violations. I had never, I swear to God, on my children, I had never been served any notice of code violations at all. I asked Nadia to please show me some proof of the code violations. I had not gotten anything, no notice of it at all. And after a month, I got a copy of a registered receipt request letter that had been mailed to my office, which came back to Lake Park returned because the postman was confused. It said 754 Park Avenue LLC and then my office address. And I guess the guy delivering it saw the first address and got confused, returned it to the town. Even though I had been here for meetings and in the ballroom regularly, I was never told, hey, we got this back. Yes, it's true there was a temporary fence in front of the construction site, and apparently there was a post of a violation on that. But again, I'm not walking around a temporary construction fence in a construction site, so I was never aware that was one delay. And then when the town manager, I think the very next meeting you guys had, he called to foreclose on my building, which was something that was very painful for me and hurtful because, again, we've been trying our best. Our goal had been to fix up the shell of the building to make it look pretty from outside. When we went to get our building permit, we were told by the building department that no, indeed, that wasn't enough. We had to make it suitable for a C of O, for occupancy. And as you guys can understand, it's a huge investment to renovate a building, and without a tenant in place, without being able to build it to suit a tenant, and we were looking actively for a tenant for the space, it was just very, very hard and very frustrating. We did promise that we would get the building done by the end of the year. It was a very, very honestly unrealistic goal. I feel that the town had that goal in mind because it was the end of the year and that there was tax. I understand everyone's perspective of wanting to get on a tax bill, but we agreed to it because how do you fight City Hall? We have to just accept it and move on. We did pay huge penalties. We paid huge penalties. I forget the exact amount, but maybe.
But you were also given a break. I don't want to dwell on the history of it. I want to know how we're going to get this thing moving forward. We want this thing moving forward. Tell us how we're going to get there. Come on, that's really what it's about.
Scott can tell you better.
I mean, probably, first, as the restaurant wants to go through, so if the permitted use allows that tenant to go in, then their plans can go forward with, building out that. We have the roof, the rooftop bar, the second floor. They want to do. That's all individual spaces, so that's a big key to it. When they're designing this architecture now and going through the process, it's a big gamble that it's going to be approved by the commission. That's going to be permitted.
And also, not to complain, but from our point of view, if we're building a restaurant, we would like to get a grease trap in, and to get the grease trap in, we have to spend the money now for it, which also means we can't pour the concrete floor until the grease trap is in, because why do I want to tear up a floor if not knowing where the kitchen's going, where the electrical's going? It's a little bit of a chicken and the egg situation for us.
Okay. Are you done?
I'm gone.
Okay. Nadia, can you come up here for a second, please? So I understand that Mr. Aram stated he didn't receive any notification of any violations. How were these violations delivered?
Oh, we did review that. We actually provided notifications of both the mail that was sent and returned and the posting to the property through that code compliance case, and also copies of just emails leading up to even the hearing, because we wanted to make sure that he was aware that, since compliance had not been achieved, that there were consistent emails that were sent to him reminding him that the case would be going to hearing, as well as the date of the hearing.
Did you receive any responses from these emails?
I don't have the emails in front of me.
Just estimated majority, some?
I did receive responses, but I can't give you a number.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Ram, we met before, you and I, and I want to believe that you're invested in this town, but I hate to tell you, I don't. They may think one thing, but I don't. Here's why. You say that you didn't get any notices. Do you have a team that surrounds you to do your due diligences?
I have an office, yes.
Correct, but do you have a team of people that work for you in terms of the projects in hand?
I have an office with accountants and a CFO, yes.
Okay, so it pains for me to hear you say that you didn't receive any notices. If you have a team,
We didn't get any notice delivered to our office.
And then, in fact, there was a meeting I sat with you on a particular prospective tenant that was going through a special exemption.
Right.
To which that tenant did not even know that they had to go through the special exemption process,
Right.
which is what your team is responsible for telling them.
Right.
Correct?
Unfortunately, the realtors who rented, we trusted that the realtors would know, and I didn't.
But again, we're not talking.
I'm guilty for not understanding all of the.
If I may interject, because I know you gave us history and you gave us this, but why I'm asking these questions is you have a team, whether it's 1, 2, 3 people that work for you, including this gentleman right here. It makes me hard to believe that You didn't get any notices.
Right.
And then email is email. I get email all the time from work and here, and I answer to them.
Right.
But it doesn't seem like, are you really invested in this town? Is your intent to be a part of this town? Because I have a lot of bosses out there and a lot of bosses that they have that look at us every day and asking, what is going on? And I can respect my commissioner here when he asks the question. I don't want to hear about the history. I want to hear about the process and the finish, because the finish is everything. We've heard a lot about processes. We've heard a lot about fines. We heard a lot about fees. We heard a lot about frustrations. But you know who's frustrated? My bosses out there are frustrated.
Right.
The ones that walk here every day. I know you don't live here. Correct me if I'm wrong, right?
I live in Palm Beach County.
Right. You live in Palm Beach County, but they live here. So there's no more investment other than the people that are living here. And your building and your tenants are part of the here that I'm talking about.
Right. With
So
all due
for me, it doesn't feel like you're invested in this
Right.
town. In fact, I even asked one time if you even, since you wanted to talk so much about history, I gave you an opportunity months ago, I think, in fact, a year ago, to come in and give us a little history about where we stand. And I heard that your answer was no. In 24, simply no, that you would not come here. But now here you are. You're here to tell us about history. You're here to tell about the strain. But you have to understand, we walk by your building, your property every day. We are straining ourselves to understand why this project has not gone through. And I understand you picked up a raw deal in this, that you had to pick up something that somebody else started. But I feel like if you're truly invested as you say you are, the hurdles take care of themselves, especially when you have a team.
May I answer that? So, yes, I apologize for not knowing the code in terms of special exemptions and what requires special permission. I did know when we rented to the martial arts that we have another tenant in the plaza who's a boxing gym who I had spoken to, who said that, he just got permission right away. I don't know what his process was, but I didn't think, considering that we already had a like-kind business in the plaza doing exactly the same thing as a boxing gym, that would be something that would not be permitted. He was also the first tenant that we ever leased to. When we bought the plaza, we had a theater in that space, and the theater literally packed up in the middle of the night and left, So I was left with no tenant in that space. It took us a long time. I had 2 brokers working with us who knew Lake Park very, very well, and were very excited when they found that tenant. And
Lake Park,
I'm sorry.
Lake Park,
What did
by
I
the way.
say?
We're not Lake Park.
I'm
We're
so
Lake
sorry.
Park.
I apologize.
But you're vested.
I'm nervous. I apologize. But, I trusted that the brokers knew. They were both brokers who worked here in town. And I knew that I had another similar business there. It honestly never occurred to me. I'm not a real estate developer. I'm not. I did this because I love, I love main streets. I love, historic buildings. I love towns like this. And I did it for a love of architecture and a love of, I know you don't believe me, but a love of small businesses. I own a small business myself. When you say that I'm not invested in the town, we have invested so much money in this town. I would dare say, and you guys know better than me, but on Park Avenue, I don't know any other person who's invested more, including a new building that we built and we're proud of, but again, we don't have a tenant for. So we're doing our best. We truly, truly are. And I apologize for not coming a year ago to a meeting. I've been to meetings here. I've been here to speak at meetings. I've been here for 3 hours waiting to speak on behalf of other developers on Park Avenue to tell you guys how much we need that. And unfortunately, I've spent 3 hours waiting to be able to speak. And that was just the one meeting I came to. And I left after 3 meetings. It didn't get on the agenda. And at that point, I've been following the meetings at home on video, but I've not been to another meeting. I apologize.
Well, let me explain, just for the record, what I experienced in my introduction with you is a tenant that was prospective that didn't know the process because he wasn't made aware by your team, a meeting that I attended with staff and the town manager at that time, where it was finger pointing that it was staff's fault from your team, and then the tenant's fault from your team, and misdirections. So you can understand my frustration with you. clearly, as I was just sitting as a spectator, didn't say a word, just listening in to
I
understand.
felt
to
very
understand.
badly for that prospective tenant because, we all went into that maybe naively, but
just
thinking that that would not be a problem for him.
Just a
to do
little
that.
bit of advice. Make sure your team understands the process so they can convey it to the prospective tenant when they're ready to come in and be invested.
Right. We're still
in our
working with the
community.
same realtor who had found that tenant for us, and we're all very, very aware of the special exemptions.
Vice Mayor?
Hi, hello, Mr. Aram, right? Said that right? Aram, all right. So, first of all, I just want to say nice to meet you. I know we've been calling to meet you for a while. And I just want to put it, because I can't really comment on the emails when we're on the email chain together. Just want to make the record straight, because I said, I know the town manager was blamed for foreclosing on the building. Well, honestly, I can't speak for all of them, but I'm pretty sure every time they go outside, they're going to hear about your building. I can guarantee you two things when you go to Sunset Celebration. You're going to hear guilt music, and somebody's going to ask about your building, when it's going to be done. My wife always told me, a goal without a deadline is just a dream. You had two commissioners ask you, when would it be done? There's only been history about it. The town managers did not ask to foreclose, didn't tell us to foreclose on your building. I asked him, if you didn't show, what measures can we take to foreclose on your building? Because I refuse to allow Park Avenue to have empty buildings with ongoing construction for years and years to go. This point on, it stops. So I'm going to ask you, what is your timeline of getting this thing up and going? And also, is it possible that we can take a look inside? Is it so close to it being finished?
You're very, very welcome to. And, as far as I'm concerned, we were to build a shell. The shell is complete. There's pathways inside the building. There's bathrooms in the building. There's.
Did you
Now, it is an.
Go ahead. No, I want to hear, because I know this answer is your answer to make.
Oh, yes, it's an empty shell now, so the tenants have to have, in order to do a build-out, it has to be drawn and permitted and everything to do the build-outs. So that's where we're at right now. I mean, the bakery, which is the smaller part of that building, is being drawn.
I know you got restaurant, bakery, rooftop bar. I just want to take a
plans
peek.
for that, it could go, they're in architecture now to be designed, MEPs, right? So that's a couple of weeks for that. But that's not, that's the tenant.
So-
But then when it goes to the building department to get approved, where, that could be 6-8 weeks to get to be able to start the interior build-out.
So my next question, the timeline, when do you think you can have this all done? That's the question. I don't, maybe you want to answer.
For our
I'm gonna
part
ask.
is, there's missing some stairs in the back and the rest. I mean, the parking lot is finished, it's landscaped.
I love the palm
Everything-
trees, by the
it's
way.
all, everything, the shell itself, the window was just replaced. We did have some vandalism, was broken, that was just replaced yesterday.
So everything inside is for
Everything is just for build-out, there's nothing
whoever
inside.
comes in?
Correct, which we have.
That's the question I was asking.
Yeah, exactly.
So are we looking at the end of this year?
So our bit of it again, Mayor, is just our building permit is for the shell. Again, initially it was just going to be the envelope, but then the building department made sure that they wanted us, they moved the goalpost a little bit, and they wanted us to get a C of O, which meant that we had to put bathrooms, other things that would require tenancy and safety, which we did. But again, that moved the goalpost for us from just the shell. Initially, we wanted just the shell. Again, it wasn't our building permit. We walked into this, and the other problem, and I know that's been frustrating, is that when we bought the building, again, the other partner in the building was the contractor. His wife was the architect. So we didn't get plans. We had to redraw all the plans ourselves. It was very painful for us to get that process moving.
Hey, Nadia, I got one more question for you as it relates to Shell. Do you issue COs on a Shell building?
No. That would be a certificate of completion, and as the build-outs are completed, they would receive the certificate of occupancy.
Okay, but a certificate of completion, which I do know, can make the building taxable, right? I believe so.
It's a different tax level,
Yeah,
right?
it is a
Because
different
would have
tax
been,
level.
it would be improved to a certain point.
So I think maybe the goal is to get to the shell, because I think with a certificate of completion, we can make the building taxable. And why do I hinder on this? You know what? People move very quickly when there's money involved. And when things are taxable, that means what comes is taxes. Taxes. And you know who comes for taxes? My job. I happen to work for the property appraiser. We can make it taxable. And I think by then your motivation may move a little quickly.
We're still paying a $150 penalty every day.
Understood. But you also need to get that building done. And I think to get it done is to get it to the point where it's a shell. And then, once you see how much taxes come, maybe those tenants may move a little quicker, because I don't think, Mr. Ram, you want to start paying taxes that you could get rent for to pay taxes for, would you?
We have been paying penalties upon penalties for this building. I'd be pleased to pay taxes on it.
Okay. Commissioner Linden.
Well, good evening. My question goes a little differently. I'll make a small statement. The building prior to you purchasing it was an eyesore, and that was a big topic of discussion. And you've made some nice improvements as you're going. You know, you can see it for those like us that watch it all the time. We've asked a lot of questions of you, what we'd like you to do, what can you do, but as a town, what can we do for you to speed up the process?
I think you guys all know. Number one is, again, our tenants are drowning. I have tenants who cannot pay rent. There's been a promise to us as investors in the community when I bought that building that there was going to be development on Park Avenue, and I know that's something that's widely discussed here, and I know you guys have such wisdom in terms of the direction of the town, but you know, we purchased the plaza based on the promise that Park Avenue would be developed and wouldn't be, when we bought it, the town manager called it blighted. I never thought of it as blighted personally, but you know, that hopefully the Park Avenue would have some kind of life to it. If you stand in front of the plaza on any given day and just watch the people walking past, you will see that there's no footfall, there's no business. You know, I hear from the commission that, oh, why don't the businesses advertise? It's not that easy running a small business. And, you know, I really empathize with my tenants, and I even empathize with my tenants who can't pay their rent because I know how difficult it is. Many of the rents we charge are less than what storage facilities charge. You know, it's not been easy. So I would say to help me, forget about it. Please help them. Please help the town. Please help Park Avenue, because everything we're doing, every dollar we're investing at this point is not going to do anything. You know, we have tenants going in. I'm so hopeful for new restaurants going in, but without improvement in the town, it's just, it's useless. You know? So that, of course, little things, like if you could change maybe our designation as core instead of outer core would be great. If you could do anything with the special exemptions, that would be huge for us. I mean, that would really help us. And I mean, that's about it, you know. And again, I apologize for not having this building done lickety-split. It's been a process. I understand there's no excuses for not coming to you earlier last year. I should have. That might have eliminated some frustrations on both sides. But unfortunately, you know, I was at the town. I was in that ballroom every 2 weeks, or Nadia will tell you. I was here constantly for meetings with the town managers before.
You good? Vice Mayor.
I just want to, you know, it's I don't mind helping. And you say you want the town to help the business. I'm piggyback off that question. How can we help the business? What do you want us to advertise for them?
No, I don't.
Okay, because
it's not advertising.
Here's
at all.
my thing. Here's my thing. I spent a lot of time, and I think everybody knows this, at Locale Pub. Sometime, God bless him, Jason didn't even have seats because he was so packed, and he had the eyesore right next to him. And the customers talked about it, but he continued to go. That place was always packed.
Right.
And he's the same resident that's here now. The difference with Jason was, honestly, he had a Facebook page, and we had Taco Tuesday, Karaoke Wednesday. There was something going on. The same resident. So what tee me off a lot with people get up behind that podium is come here and talk about Lake Park. It's like, oh, people need this and need that, this Lake Park. Well, you know what? I'm pointing the finger at you, but they're pointing back at me. What can I do to actually drive my business? That's like us driving the town. If you were promised development, and we said, all right, let's put development, that's 4 or 5 years. Can those businesses sustain 4 or 5 years from now?
No, they can't.
All right.
They've been hanging on for the Nautilus.
What can we do in the CRA when we get to the CRA meeting? You can come back and you can say, hey, this is what I could do in the CRA to help you out. But we're talking about, we're going to keep singing that old song of putting buildings up. But then when you got 4 to 5 years for your business to survive, then go ahead. We can talk about that. But other than that, then, hey, we get out and knock at doors when it's our time to advertise. Something I don't get any advertising for any of them. And I eat everything in Lake Park. Every single thing. Won't leave.
Mm-hmm. Well, I'm
not even getting on customer service yet.
I'm here every week with my son at the boxing place. You know, I'm always coming to the plaza. So, you know, I tell everyone I know to come. I think it's an amazing place. So I agree with you, word of mouth, but we do need footfall.
You mean foot traffic?
Foot traffic, yeah.
You ever been to Pearlie Island?
To where?
Pearlie Island. No. Have you?
No.
You've been here a lot, right? You said that? You ever been to Pearlie Island?
I don't know what.
There's a lot of foot traffic in that place.
To where? Pearl of the Island.
Pearl of the Island.
Okay.
And Mr. Mayor, that's what I'm talking about right there.
There's a lot of foot traffic there. There's a lot of foot traffic in the Oriental Market store,
I get
which
complaints.
is 1 block from your place. So, kind of, again, find it hard to believe some of the things you're saying. The best thing you said tonight for me is that you're not a developer. That was about it. So, Commissioner Thomas.
Good evening, Mr. Aram.
Good evening.
You know, I didn't know of you, and then I've been Googling you, I'll be honest. That's what I've been doing back here.
Wonderful.
Really Googling you. And I love, because it says to me that you're an artist who explore the captivating world of nature, infused home decor that's meticulously crafted. And then it says, let Michael Aram bring the essence of nature indoors, transforming your home into a haven of timeless elegance and organic charm. You bought this property in September of 2022. You made a comment that you never saw your building as blighted. I'm going to tell you, it is blighted.
The building is, yes. I never saw
No.
the town.
The whole area actually is blighted. I don't find any offense towards that. The reasons being is that is one of the criteria for being in the CRA. And that is why you have a CRA, because that is one of the criteria that is there. And that is, there has to be blight visible. Mm-hmm. The concern has been is that you have perpetuated the blight. It has been an eyesore for a very long time. And what was very interesting that you said tonight is that Aram is only responsible for the shell. And that is what we have been seeing is the shell of the deterioration that had occurred there. I will say I am one of those persons, my name is Judith Thomas, that actually stated that all the businesses on Park Avenue should do a writing campaign to you and tell you how deplorable the shell of the building was looking. Yeah, because it was really, really bad. And then I looked at all of the beautiful things that you place for sale. Mm-hmm. It was the shell of the building, because no one really looks on the inside of your home. It's really what's on the outside of the home that people look at. And for us, it was our residents having to endure that. But I did want to ask, you made mention that you were able to transfer, or your former owner gave you, and I just want clarification on this, $300,000 that was part of the CRA that you held in escrow? Is that what you stated?
Well, not quite. When we purchased the property, I had done a deep dive online to understand the history of the building.
Yeah.
And I had seen that he had taken, he had been granted money by the CRA for $300,000. So when I purchased the building from him, I requested that we put those $300,000 in escrow.
So you've actually had that $300,000 that's been in escrow for you?
No, I immediately contacted the town manager and
Oh,
said...
you brought it back to the town?
I did, yes.
Okay.
I did. I contacted the town manager and said, listen, I've put this money in escrow. It's town money. He's not fulfilled his CRA obligations with the grant, and he returned, I returned it because I had the control over that money at that point.
Well, actually, you should have used that money for CRA improvements.
It wasn't my money.
No, I'm being honest, because that is what it was for. It was CRA improvements for the building. So to say tonight that you have never asked for, nor have ever received, or ever gotten any help, that is what the funds could have been used for. It could have been used for the blighted building that we have had to endure since September of 2022.
Right. That's
And
not
that
what I
is
was-
what that $300 should be for. But what I do want to say is this, and I think I really need Nadia here too at the podium to answer this
I think
question.
we
Either
should.
Nadia or Anders,
Right.
anyone could really answer this. Just one moment, please. Nadia, I was told this is now, our current town manager has been here for over a year, which means that prior to him, we had heard a year before that. So it's been 2 years that I've heard regarding this business that it's supposed to be coming, okay, to that building. So I want to know, can the business and the owner submit concurrent plans to the Community Development Department for review as it's going through the process?
For the build-out?
Yes.
Yes,
So it could have been done.
yes.
Okay, so for 2 years, actually,
There was no tenant. There was no
what
tenant.
happened?
There was no tenant.
No. For 2 years, unless someone was saying something incorrectly. But for 2 years, because I've been on this commission now for 2.5 years. So for 2 years, I heard the name of this business at that facility. I heard it for that facility.
Was it Big John's?
Yes.
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 It was just conceptual.
Yes. So has that business come before you and made a request?
The last meeting we had with Big John
Yeah.
was about a month ago. It was myself and Allison, and it was a virtual meeting where he provided an update. He said he was working with his professionals to draw up all the plans. They were not quite ready to submit for permitting at that time, but in a couple months, they would be. He did say originally they were hoping to open at the start of the next season, right? So later on this year. But because things were delayed on his end, he said that he is looking at early 27 at this point for a possible opening. But that would really require, because we're already in May,
Yes.
for things to move. Because at this point, we don't have any building permit applications. We don't have any knowledge that the utilities have been spoken to or applied for. And so that in and of itself is a process.
Okay. So then I want to state then, do you have a contract, Mr. Aram, with this particular business? Yes. Talk into the mic.
We have a lease agreement with him.
So you do have a lease
We are
agreement?
not collecting rent until...
I don't want to know about your rent. That's on you.
We had
When
to-
was your lease agreement signed?
I think it's been maybe a couple months ago, and the reason for that, obviously, is we wanted to secure the place for him, and in order for him to start applying to the town for CRA money, for him to, have security in the space, he would have to. But I did want to mention one thing.
No, hold up. No, because you had an opportunity to talk, and I really want to end this because I just want to have an understanding of
I
it.
just want to add one thing, because you asked about...
No,
you asked
it's my
about-
time right now. Thank you. And my name is Judith Thomas. So, Nadia, I just want to find out, right? Okay. CRA can provide funding as far as a grease trap, because I know that was one of the regulations,
Put
right,
system,
that we
yes.
can do, correct?
Yes.
CRA could provide funding for facade improvements, correct?
Yes, correct.
CRA can provide funding for,
Signage, ribbon cuttings.
okay, so all of those are permitted things that can happen within the CRA, correct? Okay, those are things that can happen, correct?
Yes.
Okay,
With
now-
with the appropriate paperwork,
Okay,
right? Yes.
now,
yeah.
do we need to have a tenant for facade improvements? Can I go?
I'm thinking
because the reason
through-
why I'm saying this, right? Because most recently, which the business moved out,
Mm-hmm.
and they were doing improvements to the business
Mm-hmm.
on Park Avenue. There wasn't a tenant there,
Mm-hmm.
and then we received notice that a tenant was coming, and then they did a build out. They're no longer there, but they did the shell improvements to the building.
Mm-hmm.
Am I incorrect by saying that?
No, you're correct. Now, what I can definitely tell you is that the CRA was in discussions on the interior build-out, that grant specifically. I don't recall any discussions being had regarding the facade grant that's available through the CRA. That's not impossible. However, we would need costs and plans and a whole package put together and submitted to the CRA
Correct.
for
Now-
their review.
Now, I will say, and there were a few members here, when this dais made the recommendation that we foreclose on the property because of the fines, was when we started receiving some response from the person who owns 754
Yes.
Park Avenue.
Mr. Aram, yes.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Yes.
Mr. Aram,
Yeah.
okay. Now, I do know on the part of the town, in order to try to beautify it ourselves, we had a painting contest, where the CRA decided to put up the screen and do some sunflower painting because it was so deplorable, and we were getting so many comments, so many complaints from it, correct? Okay, and then right after that, this dais then decided that we're tired of the eyesore. Is there anything that we can do because there are code violation accumulating on the property? And how can we go about making sure that the owner of the property responds? And that is based on what I've seen with the timeline that you have written here, was really when we started receiving some action.
Yes, and,
Okay.
and the first main action, as the commission may recall, was actual receipt of that building permit so that work could move forward, right?
Yeah.
And then that essentially, on the code side, stopped that fine, but it had accumulated for so long at that point, so we
Yes.
did have a lien against the property.
Okay, so all what I want, Mr. Aram, and this is for you. I don't want to hear the history. I don't want to hear the stories. I just need to find out, are you coordinating with your leasee as it relates to the building? Yes. Okay, and maybe not even you. Scott, you're the contractor. You're the one that should be talking.
Yeah.
Okay, so you are
Yes,
in
correct.
conversation with them?
Yes.
Okay, so where are they with you in getting the build out and submitting their plans?
The architecture is being done now with
Okay.
MEPs. It's a mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and that relates to the drawings for the grease traps or anything. We want to put that package together so that they can apply for some CRA money. 'cause,
Okay, so,
especially
and
the
you're a
big-
general contractor?
Yes.
Okay, so as a general contractor, what's the timeline on that? Now,
As I
don't
said
breathe in
bef-
hard now,
as
just
I
let me
said
know.
before, if the architecture and that comes through and into the building department, 6-8 weeks for the bakery.
6-8 sweet, now we're in July.
Then the construction would start. That's the bakery. The restaurant, I'm more involved with the architecture
You're the
on the
GC,
bakery.
you're the one that's keeping a track of
But I
this.
don't have, the restaurant is his architecture, his MEP.
You are the
I'm
GC, you are the one
push
that's
them. I call
responsible.
and I push them, but I can't make the
Yeah,
architect work
but
fast.
he's relying on you now, so,
Yes, correct. I
because he
know.
said he's not aware of all of this stuff.
Right.
So you are the general contractor
But I
who's
push him.
responsible for all of the subs and coordinating this.
You're correct.
Okay, thank you very much. So now you tell me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because this commission wants to hear, and we're taking your word, because now you're the contractor that's responsible for this.
Correct.
Okay.
But there's also a new lease for the second floor, which is from Big John's, he wants to take the whole
It's
space.
Big John that's owning it.
He wants to take the whole
He's
space.
first and second.
Right.
You're still the contractor. You haven't given me a timeline yet.
I'm just saying his involvement in what he's building there sets that timeline. I don't know what he wants to.
So
we're
Nadia,
building
you
that.
stated that based on what the restaurant, the leasee stated, that they're looking for the season, which would be what, January of 2027 or November of 2026?
That's for his restaurant.
When we spoke to Big John's,
Yes.
he said that they're aiming for early 27.
Okay, so that's January. So now we're talking about 8 months. So within 8 months, there you go. See, there's your number.
Yeah,
8 months, but
that's
I'm
just-
looking at it now.
Yeah,
So
that's
now we're
entirely
we're holding on to this.
Good,
It's
hold on to
8
that.
months. We are now June, July, August, September, October, November, December, January.
If
And
we-
I will tell you, on this particular dais, I hold that.
Which
Because
is-
when I
which
hear
is
it
fine,
from you,
which is fine, and I have no problem with that.
I do, though. I have a problem because your word is law for me. So when you and I converse, I'm believing in your word because I don't know you. So the only thing I can believe in is your word. And if I don't believe in your word, your worth ethic isn't saying anything to me. So I want to see your worth ethic and I want to see your word. And so what you're saying to me right now is that within 8 months, we're done.
There's only caveat to that is based on the architecture getting to me to build, approved. I have no control over that in his space because he handles that. So
But
he-
both of you are working together. That's where I'm
working together,
saying.
And I'm pushing for him. He is in charge of that because it's his space and his architect.
Oh, I'm
So I
sorry.
can't, I just can't. I'm just saying,
I
but if there was going to be a delay, anything was going to push it out farther, once the building permit is issued, then it becomes all mine.
Okay.
Outside of him
I'm
paying.
still holding you responsible.
Which is fine.
Because
And I would,
Aram says
yeah.
he's not involved with that, but you are involved with it, and you're working for him. And the
Yes,
people out there,
I understand.
we work for them.
And that's,
Yeah.
this whole process, we made this building look a lot better. It was a struggle,
You
but
are.
we are
You
that
are,
there.
and that was what I
Yeah.
was going to say to you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for getting that work done in 3 months. That took, 3 months.
Yep.
That took you since September of 2022, regardless of what you inherited.
Yes, correct. And
Because I'm gonna say to you, you don't wanna live in a blighted place, but you made it look even more blighted. What I wanna say,
it's not blighted anymore.
thank you for making it
Thank
look
you for
good
that.
now. Thank you.
ending with that. I do want to just add that we have talked to the CRA about money, and we were told that CRA money was meant for new businesses and that we weren't considered a new business. But if there is money to be given to us for facade improvement, we are so happy to start spending it tomorrow. We've told our tenants that we will match whatever funds the CRA is giving them. We are committed and we are invested, Mayor.
I just have a question for Nadia.
Commissioner O'Rourke.
Nadia, I'm sorry to bother you, and I'm going to keep my voice down because you're making me nervous, girl.
It's a culture thing.
It's a culture thing.
Okay. Nadia,
Yes.
I was at I'm going to relate this to the meeting that was with Planning and Zoning the other day.
Yes.
There's the core, there's the outer core. I'm going to suggest, is there any way that we can change? Because one of the objections I had to that I spoke to you about was I don't like the outer core getting blanket, going from special exception to permitted exception. I don't like that. But is there a way to create a third category for 700 block? And I'm just suggesting that to you.
Okay.
And that, I know you don't have to talk about it, I'm just throwing that out to you. Maybe that's something you could discuss, because that would solve a lot of problems in that block area.
Yes, noted. And that would definitely be a separate discussion that we would need to have with the town commission.
Of course.
Yes.
And we will have that discussion next meeting. So
Perfect.
that's why I brought it up, so maybe you can, put that into for next meeting.
Thank you.
Just to give you a little history, also going back to
Right, I
the
know.
300,000.
The 300,000, first of all, was 425,000, and it was a clawback provision to
Because-
to dedicated IT because they didn't follow through on their plans.
They were in default.
They were on default,
It was
right.
425, I stand.
Okay.
Yeah. Yes.
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you all.
Okay.
Love the palm tree.
Yeah, you have a good evening, Mr. Ram.
Mr. Mayor,
You guys, nice to meet you.
Sir.
for the record, just so that the community is aware, the CRA offers 8 different grant opportunities, from facade and exterior improvement programs, plant and paint and paving programs, commercial interior build-out programs, real estate development accelerator programs, strategic investment programs, relocation and development assistance programs, beautifying Lake Park funding, as well as grand opening and assistance program. And I can tell you over the last year to year, that I've been here, this commission has been very, or actually the CRA board that this commission serves as, has been very willing to distribute those funds, to the point that the FRA, which is a state association for redevelopment, actually recognized this town for the funding for Oceana. So I want the community to be aware that there is significant funding available, and we more than welcome those opportunities to accept those applications and support businesses and property owners.
Okay.
So.
Thank you for that. Okay, so moving forward, next we have public comment. I do have public comment cards for both non-agenda items and agenda items, but we're going to start with the non-agenda items first. I'm going to call, of course, public comment is 3 minutes, so be respectful to the person that's speaking, so that way we're able to hear them on the record. First, I have Gino Gargulo. I hope I said your name right. If I miss, say it again. Gargiulo. Gargiulo. Okay, thank you.
A lot easier than it looks.
Understood, and I apologize for mispronouncing it.
No,
but
thank you.
Please begin.
Good evening, Mayor, Commissioners, Vice Mayor. Let's see. For the past 2 years, the town has filed the required annual financial audit late. And this is a violation of law, and the Florida Auditor General has publicly listed the town and our CRA as a state's non-filer list twice, and that's a permanent record. Missing the deadline a third time has severe consequences. The state could withhold revenue, including nearly $1 million a year in local sales tax. And once that money is withheld, it's gone. And this has happened to other cities. I'm just wondering if the town will file on time this year.
This is public comment. This is just for you to speak.
Yes, sir.
So
I understand.
Staff will answer that question for you later.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Greg Morrison.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. My name is Greg Morrison, and I'm the owner of Primo Yachts. My business partner, Mark, and I are here tonight to speak about the business we're working on opening up here in the town of Lake Park. I've been in the yacht sales industry for 20 years, and in that time I've developed and maintained numerous contacts, relationships, given me a respectable reputation in the industry. I also hold a captain's license, and I'm very familiar with the waterways in Lake Park. Our company, Primo Yachts, is a yacht brokerage and sales business. The use is consistent with the town code for the retail space we are seeking to lease along US 1 within the Nautilus 220 building. The space would function as a showroom and an office, and we believe it would be a strong addition to the town of Lake Park and the Marina District, serving boaters, residents, and the broader community. We have been in ongoing communication with the town staff over the last few months. The current issue relates to the town's code requirement that all loading must occur from the interior of the building. Given the configuration of this particular space, the only practical way to bring our product into the showroom is from the south side, facing Bayberry. We've proposed a controlled and thoughtful solution. Loading would occur only a few times per year. It would be carefully managed and scheduled during off hours like overnight. Access would be through a roll-up door designed to match the exterior facade of the building. And we would coordinate with PBSO or private security to ensure safety and minimal disruption. We're here tonight simply to ask for consideration of a reasonable, common sense accommodation to the loading requirement that reflects the unique nature of our business and this location. We believe that Primo Yachts would be a valuable addition to the town of Lake Park, and we are eager to invest and be part of this community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Mark Tatelli.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Chair people. My name is Mark Tatelli. I'm also co-owner of Primo Yachts here with Greg Morrison, who just spoke. And as you heard, we are seeking to open up a business in the town of Lake Park, which we are hopeful we can accomplish and very excited about. My background is a business owner, entrepreneur. I have founded several businesses over the last 30 years in the pharmaceutical industry, in the IT industry, an internet consulting firm, and most recently a manufacturing firm that was responsible for making flexible packaging. If you go buy a bag of Purina cat chow or dog chow, I made the bag probably. So I've got a varied past in terms of building successful businesses and exiting these businesses. I only say that to say that it's not my first rodeo in starting a company and building a successful company. I will add to that it's been my lifelong dream to be in the boating industry of some sort. I've been a lifelong avid boater, and I found this opportunity to be beyond exciting and it's sort of a dream come true. So I'm extremely excited at this opportunity. We are trying to reiterate what Mr. Morrison said. This space would function as a showroom and an office, and we plan to build something that is going to be a beautiful addition to that Nautilus building. Our plans include a floor space, an acrylic ocean-looking floor that as you walk along the front of the building, you would feel as though you're walking along the beach looking into the building. We plan to add some retail elements to this showroom as well and do several things that would be complementary to the marina environment on which the property sits. As Greg mentioned, we've been ongoing communication with the town staff over the last few months, and this current issue that we're dealing with relates to the town's code requirement that all loading must occur from the interior of the building. And given the configuration of this particular space, the only practical way to bring our product into the showroom is from the south side of the showroom on Bayberry Drive. We've proposed a controlled and thoughtful solution. Loading would occur only a few times a year. It could be carefully managed and scheduled during off hours, say 2 a.m. Access would be through a roll-up door designed to match the building's architecture. And we would coordinate with PBSO or private security to ensure safety and minimal disruption to any flow of traffic. We're here tonight to simply ask for consideration of a reasonable, common sense accommodation to the loading requirement that reflects the unique nature of our business for this location. We believe Primo Yachts would be a valuable addition to Lake Park, and we are eager to invest in and be part of this community. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Chris Steele.
Thank you, Commissioners. Chris Steele, 301 Lake Shore. I just wanted to address real quick Commissioner O'Rourke's comments at the last meeting. And I don't know if the Commissioners plan on making an announcement tonight, but I know that he talked about maybe resigning as a result of feeling like he's being unduly attacked. And let me just say that if that's the basis of your decision, Commissioner, it may be a good idea, because although I don't consider it attacks, I consider it accountability. It's not going to stop. When I met you last year when you were running for this seat, I remember shaking your hand, and you said the residents have to understand we have to work with developers. And I said, you're absolutely right. It's the only way we turn this town around is to work with developers. But your clear lack of objectivity with one particular developer, Forest Development, is blatant. We've lost count of the red flags. And the way that you performed at the last meeting about feeling like you're being attacked, I think it's hilarious that you keep attacking these two gentlemen here. And you've said more than once, you don't trust them. You don't trust them? My grandmother used to have a saying, I think it was the pot calling the kettle black. This isn't attacking, this is accountability. And this is what you've chosen to do. You wanted the seat. I don't know if you realize, but people are fed up with conflicted politicians. Now, I don't know if anybody noticed, but a couple weeks ago when Forrest was here and Peter Baytarian was here and spoke, the team all got up and left early in the meeting. Immediately, you got up and left the chamber too. Obviously, I'm sure it was a coincidence. It's my time.
Commissioner
I'm sure it
O'Rourke.
was a coincidence. My question is, you're already dealing with one sunshine violation. Why in the world would you give the appearance of another? Except if you just think people are not paying attention. I promise you, we're paying attention. Now, you made a suggestion at the last meeting. In fact, you challenged the other commissioners. You said, have you met the residents of Nautilus? So I'm going to talk to the rest of you because I think it's a great idea. In fact, I think it's irresponsible if you don't. I would suggest you go over and meet each one of them. There's not that many. It'll be easy. While you're there, ask them about their concerns with the construction of the building. Ask them about their concerns with the management of the building. Any commissioner, after meeting with them, if you haven't seen enough red flags, any commissioner that still supports the idea of handing this marina over to this developer, Mayor, you talk about your legacy. I can assure you, anybody that supports that, your legacy will be very simple. It's called dereliction of duty. Thank you.
Thank you. Larry Zabek. Larry Zabek.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Commissioners. My name is Larry Zabek. I am the Forest Development Project Manager for the Nautilus 220 project and the Forest Development Project Manager for the P3 project. And I'm here to set the record straight on a couple of items. Last week's Stet News article quoted Town Attorney Travis Foles on behalf of the town as making two claims in the town's court filing about forest development that do not square with the public record. I want to address them directly. First, the lift station for Nautilus 220 in the southeast area of Lake Park. The town's lawyer told the court that Forest's, quote, inexplicable failure to plan, unquote, for the lift station forced the town into an easement it had no choice but to grant. That is not accurate. The location of the lift station was identified in November 2019 and included in the Nautilus 220 2020 site plan submission. And that site plan was reviewed and approved by Town Commission per Resolution 46-06-20. The easement was not a surprise on the town after construction. It was right there on the plans, and it was signed off on by the Town Commission. It's now, to now call it evidence of Forest's unreadiness to rewrite the history that this Commission's own approval created. Simply not true. Second, the so-called partner disclosure. The town's attorney alleged in pleadings that it was somehow improper for Forest to bring a partner in for the boat storage, the marina, the restaurant, or the hotel components, characterizing it as a late disclosure that revealed a lack of experience. The record shows a different story. Section 22.3 of the comprehensive agreement that this commission approved expressly contemplates Forest bringing in additional partners. And on December 18th, 2024, the commission went a step further and ratified that partner arrangement when it adopted Resolution 118-12-14. The resolution was not slipped through. It was placed before this body, considered and approved on the record. You cannot approve of having a partner 1 year and then in court the next year accuse the developer of concealing the same partner. Here's my concern, Commissioners. When the town attorney, on behalf of the town, makes legal allegations that contradict the town's own approvals, residents lose trust in the process, in the agreements, and in the institution. Whatever your view of the project is, the public deserves accuracy from those speaking on the town's behalf. I'm asking you tonight to ensure that what is being alleged on behalf of the town is correct and to honor the agreements that you signed. Appreciate your time this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Michael Steinhauer. And for the record, Mr. Steinhauer, your comment was distributed across the dais.
Michael Steinhauer, 430 Greg Greenbrier Drive. In a community as small and interconnected as ours, information and rumors travel quickly. Recently, there has been some growing speculation that a member of this commission, Commissioner O'Rourke, may be considering calling for the termination of our town manager. That is his absolute right. I can appreciate that possibility after several previous comments made over the past few months during these meetings. Commissioner O'Rourke's remarks are made with passion, and we are certainly concerned about his health. But those comments also feel like attacks. So they erode confidence. They create unnecessary anxiety among town staff and residents, and they distract from the real work of governing. Residents do not feel well served when opinions appear to be spontaneous, emotional, harsh, and without evidence. That's how a well-functioning town should not operate. If there are concerns about the performance or the veracity of any town staff, those concerns deserve to be addressed, but they should be addressed professionally, respectfully, and publicly as allowed by law within the processes designed for that purpose. Anything less undermines not just an individual, but the integrity of this body. For example, our town manager has earned the respect and appreciation of many in this community. We know that from public testimony. If there is a conversation to be had about leadership, then let it be a conversation grounded in fact and not fueled by unsubstantiated tirades. I respectfully ask this commission to reaffirm its commitment to transparency and to responsible leadership, especially as it relates to the aspects of meaningful dialogue with residents on all aspects of town business. Many still feel left out of the process, is when emails go forever unanswered. If decisions of this magnitude are considered, the public deserves thoughtful governance. Let's model that kind of management and administration that we expect to be objective, reasoned, evidence-based, and with civility and decorum. Thank you.
Thank you. Kevin Kajanka. And again, if I mispronounce your name, I apologize.
All right, good evening, guys. My name is Kevin Kiyanka. Tonight, I'd like to raise for consideration the investment and maintenance and covered bus shelters along the town's boundaries. These could be similar in size and aesthetic to those seen in Palm Beach Gardens. Covered bus shelters with seating provide access and shade to bus riders and provide a message to all transiting along our town's boundaries that Lake Park is proudly multimodal. With the 10th Street reconstruction between Silver Beach and Park Ave, a covered bus shelter with seating would be a great addition to one of the town's main access points. Also, with the 10th Street reconstruction, it offers a piece of achieving the greater 2045 mobility plan in the town. So I think the plan or the project would benefit by adding a sign highlighting the town's plan and the project's role in it. Okay, and so this messaging may already be part of the grant funding's term and condition on highlighting that and how that project is being funded. Finally, I do enjoy walking along Park Avenue and its plazas. The one thing that I do see behind on the times is the clock. It's right only 2 times a day, and it's broken. I would like to raise that for tonight for consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And then also, I just want to say thank you again. I believe you attended the workshop, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so thank you for being out there and participating as well. Thank you. Mary Taylor. Now, Mary, is your public comment on an agenda item? Is your public comment on an agenda item? Yeah. What agenda item is it?
What?
What agenda item number?
Just general.
Okay, you have it on agenda item. That's why I asked.
Not
the
on
question.
agenda, on consent.
Okay, thank you. Please
Okay.
begin.
All righty. Ready? Okay, let's see. All right, good evening to everyone. I am Mary Taylor. I live at 209 Park Avenue, and I am here performing my civic duty as an American citizen. Civic responsibilities include attending town hall meetings and engaging in community affairs, and also respecting the beliefs, rights, and opinions of others. As a citizen, I felt disrespected when a commissioner commented about a group of citizens that attend commission meetings and workshops to voice their concerns and opinions about current town topics. The comment was not complimentary. I felt it was derogatory and disrespectful to residents who read agenda packets and research information in preparation for their 3-minute, clear, factual, and brief presentations. These dedicated citizen volunteers should be commended for their dedication to the democratic process and the town of Lake Park instead of called NIMBYs. Residents have the right to, by commissioner, residents have the right to speak regarding town development and the way their tax money is spent. I have heard negative comments insinuating that residents are against future development in Lake Park. That is not true. It's not true. I don't want to call it a lie, but it certainly is not true. What I hear is that they respect and desire that the original June 2nd version of the Kimley-Horn report and that the town's own comprehensive plan guide future inevitable development. I suggest that Lake Park to suggest that Lake Park is at war with its resident is not true or helpful. But I will concede that a dichotomy exists and that the town and residents need to work together using a more dialectic approach. I cannot state strongly enough how fortunate we are to have Richard Reed and Thomas Baird with their strategic, purposeful leadership during these uncertain, turbulent times. And with the time I have left, I have some time left, I will give an example. I was glad to hear about the strategic plan, and I also I clicked that in just a couple meetings, I can't remember, just recently, the Public Works Manager brought to us a list of priorities. I think he had priorities of things that needed to be accomplished that were to be looked at in a timely manner. I hope that they correspond with our strategic plan. It seems like they would go hand in hand. And anyway, I'm glad to see that there are a lot of people, and I want to encourage people at home, come down here and take your 3 minutes. It's your duty. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Taylor. Okay, that's all the public comment cards I have for non-agenda items. Next, we're going to go to items number 17 and 18 that were in new business. This was reorganized to be before consent. Yeah, we did make the reallocation. So, item number 17 is the town grant making program for 2 grant requests. And I will move this over to you, Merrill, and you may begin when ready.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening again, everybody. I am Merrill Engstrake, grant writer and Chief Public Information Officer. I'm going to try to talk a little bit slowly, simply because one of the applicants stepped out of the room. We had 2 applicants this year. We have $10,000 that was... Perfect timing. The commission voted to make $10,000 available to this year's grant program. We had 2 applicants for the grant funds. I believe there are representatives of both here this evening. Yes. Okay, so simply in alphabetical order. The first one was Coastal and Middle High School. Coastal Middle and High School, I apologize. They are looking to, for the first time, create a summer school program to try to help the lower achieving students in their school, avoid summer slide and improve their skills. They are asking for a total of $5,000. The other applicant is Destiny Fulfilled. They have had a camp program here for several years. They used to be located in the town. Their headquarters is now in Palm Beach Gardens, and they will be actually hosting their camp in Coastal. They are asking for $8,500.
Number's wrong. In the report, it says 22.7% of 5,000.
She's leading that to that point.
They asked for,
She's
yes.
stating what they're asking, and then she's going to state what staff is recommending.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that.
That's
I
okay.
misunderstood the way it was written. Please excuse me for interrupting you.
You are excused, sir. It is not the place of staff to advise you on what to do. It is ultimately your decision on how you want to allocate the funds or if you want to allocate the funds. The numbers that Commissioner O'Rourke were referring to were the only logical thing that we could come up with as a committee how to guide you. So the coastal program, 22.7% of the students they plan to serve are Lake Park residents. So in order to keep the funds, Lake Park funds serving Lake Park residents, 22.7% of the $5,000 that they requested would be $1,135. Similarly, Destiny Fulfilled Summer Camp, they requested $8,500. Based on experience, their application stated that 40% of the campers would be Lake Park residents. So 40% of the $8,500 comes out to $3,400. That's how those numbers were arrived at. That is by no means anything that we're dictating to you. It's just how we tried to arrive at something that seemed like a logical conclusion.
So basically, the percentages just state that that's how many Lake Park
Correct.
participants will be in each of their programs.
Correct.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Commissioner O'Rourke?
I don't have any questions, but I'll have comment. And it'll be polite.
No problem.
I've learned my lesson.
Commissioner Linden?
Well, yeah, when I read in there that Destiny Fulfilled Summer Camp, I was a little taken back because that's Operation Hope. And they have had that summer camp 10, 12 years at least. And they've had it at Coastal Middle School for the last 3 or 4 years. So we're not treating them as though they're outsiders. They actually still are part of Lake Park. So what happens if we don't allocate all $10,000?
Barbara?
Of course, that's a policy decision of the commission. We can either re-advertise and ask for additional applicants.
I don't know if that's
additional applications, or of course it can go into your fund balance and be used for other items that you guys decide that you may want to use.
because we do have a deadline as to when they need to spend it. I don't know that inviting additional applicants, we'd be able to give them sufficient time to apply, but that's a discussion we can have.
That in itself would be another process, because our process usually is one time
Correct.
in past years.
And, yes. And also, just because we made these suggestions on paper, that doesn't mean you can't choose to allocate all the funds to the applicants.
Correct.
Well, these are schools that are going to help our kids. Some a lot, some a few. But it's going to help children in general. And I'm all for educating the youth. And when I looked at Coastal, they had 2 field trips planned. When I looked at Destiny Summer Camp, had 8 planned, 1 a week, planned for the kids at various locations. So we already allocated this money. I'm not saying use it all, but I could see bumping up those numbers a little higher for both to give them a little bit, because in their application, what if I only got 80%, 50%? They said what they were going to do. And so instead of putting the stress on them, I'd be more apt to give them a little bit more money. And as I've mentioned numerous times, the application time, I think, is too short to begin with. So while we can't advertise it, we need to open up that window and get the word out there. And both of these are reoccurring people that are coming for money. And I don't know, we have no other schools in Lake Park, so the word has to get out outside of that. So with that, maybe we don't use the whole 10, but I'd be in favor of upping both of those after some discussion with the rest of the commissioners.
Okay. Yep. Oh, I was going to say Commissioner Thomas, but looks like she took a moment. Vice Mayor. You have anything? Nope. Okay. Just going back to you, Commissioner Linden, I know Commissioner Thomas is not here, so I want to give a moment for that. Do you have a possible number in mind?
Oh, no, I left it open-ended to see what everybody thought.
Okay. Okay.
If we could come up with something reasonable.
Well, I have a discussion item to talk about, but we haven't made a motion on that yet.
All right, so then, since Commissioner Thomas is not here, if anybody wishes to entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to award funding based upon the percentage of Lake Park residents served and impacted through their respective proposed programs.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. Discussion?
Before we get there, I think Commissioner Thomas is back. And do you have any questions on this item?
On the grant making. Do you have any questions on that?
Come back to me.
Okay, I'll make my comment then. Thank you. I'm concerned about our budget. I'm also concerned that we have programs that we've lost. We used to have a summer camp ourselves, and I'm kind of confused why we're moving away from that direction. I also think, you're going to hear me say this in every meeting, that, and I'll give you an example of this. Again, I talk about the kids' sports. I'm going to keep harping on this. I don't know why there's no programs in that park right now, right today. I don't know why. We could take $10,000, give it to us. We pay consultants to do all sorts of stuff. Why can't we pay? There's 2 groups. I-9 is another one of them. Jet
Set
Set is another one. we could have programs and we could organize it through the community. I see this gentleman over here in the front row. I actually coached him and his brother in baseball when they were about that big. It brings a community together. He came up and introduced himself to me today. That's how this stuff works. It ties the community together, and I think that's a better use for these the money that we have, and I think we should use the money for those types of purposes instead of granting money to programs for kids that don't even, are not even a majority of them are from our town. That's all. Thank you.
Heard they were good ball players, too.
That guy was a hell of a ball player. That family.
We had a tremendous fishing program. And I don't know whatever happened to that.
Right.
That's where they were taught how to fish, to hook a bait. They took them out on the boats.
I remember that, too.
And fed them and ended up leaving with a fishing rod.
Yep.
Yeah. Phenomenal program. And again, something that we had done in the past that was a hit. I don't know who ran it.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, that was through the Kiwanis.
Kiwanis?
Yeah. Not the Lake Park Kiwanis.
Right.
Okay.
It was
Mr. Mayor, I believe we do still have a program that comes in and helps, and shows kids the opportunities that they have in fishing. Jason works with that group. I don't know if it's the same program that you're talking about, but we do have a program that does come in, and it's been a great program for us. We do that every year.
Just to clarify for me, is it through the Kiwanis?
No, it's
Okay,
the
that's-
IGFA Kids Camp, which
Okay.
is the International Game Fishing Association.
Okay.
Yeah.
When do they actually host the camp?
I believe it's March. They bring out, a bus full of kids, and they have a couple of counselors there that are helping them bait and hook and all that kind of stuff.
And do we advertise for them as a town?
No, we do not.
We're missing the 8 ball there. Especially considering their revolving door. So something to consider for next year.
Yep.
Okay. Any other discussion?
Well, my thought was, based on a few that you had mentioned, and, the one I had mentioned, maybe we reach out. We don't have to give all 10,000 away. We can give part of it. We can put the other in reserves, but I'd like to be able to reach out to some of these other groups. But when we had our own summer camp, enrollment was so low that I don't think it. One year we had to go tie into North Palm, if memory serves me correctly, because we had so few children. So this program needs to get, well, you call it a grant program, and it is, but youth activities needs to be talked about more. We talked about the baseball. Here we have an opportunity to give money away to people to help that program. Jet Set didn't apply.
Jet Set
Because they have
budgeted.
funding in the budget. We have
Already
funding.
budgeted.
We have funding directly. What I would
They're
suggest.
always short each
What-
year.
If I
What I
can-
would suggest is that we are bringing forward, I believe, Reuniti is at the next meeting, the PAL program. It's either the next meeting or the meeting after. So we are working with the captain and the PAL folks to locate the program that was in the gardens or in that area to Lake Park. So that will be coming to you. So funding could be used, to support that program as well, because we are going to need some funding for utilities and some other things like that.
And just to tell you that PAL program, I used to live in that area of Gardens where that building is. It was a good program.
That's exactly what I was going to say.
I lived right near that.
Since the money's there and already allocated, it's up to us who gets what part of the pie. And that PAL program, I read a lot about it, sounds pretty good, So, other thoughts? I don't know, just off the top of my head.
Well, I had just asked the captain about the PAL program, and I suggested that what we can do is organize, because this is how it was done in Gardens. You organize a community group that forms an athletic association that can work with PAL to bring coaching, assistance, and things like that that can be accessory to the group of people that the PAL has organizing it, and they can help. We can help organize also, run programs where there's actually competitive games going on, which is really the end, should be the end result of where we go. And we have the fields, just we don't have lines on the field. That's where we are, you know.
Yes.
That's it. Thanks. Go ahead, Kat.
So as the town manager was saying, we're working together with the PAL program. They are going to be presenting to their board for the possibility of coming here to the town of Lake Park at Burt Bostrom Park, potentially a trailer whereby 50, 60 kids would be able to participate in youth sports. They'd have an after-school program. They also run summer programs for children and things like that. They feed them. They take them on field trips. They participate in sporting events, whether it's basketball, golf. They have different PAL leagues.
Do they create actual sports leagues, like recreational leagues?
Yes, yes.
Okay, because I think that's...
Yes, they have PAL boxing. They have basketball teams. They have a number of different...
Okay. All right, so
But we've kind of got, if I may,
yeah,
we've kind of
let's
gone
try
off
to
track
get
here.
back.
There was a motion, and the motion was with regard to those grant things.
So, as it
I don't know if this is allowable. Before you vote, I've had a request from one of the applicants to speak.
Absolutely.
Well, unfortunately, the problem is we already made the motion in the second, so we're actually at the point where we're doing the dialogue unless we rescind the motion, which may happen anyway because it may be modified because, as Commissioner Linda stated, he wants to, your suggestion is to bump up increase the amount of grants.
I'd like to increase the amount of the grants, yeah.
The total amount, you mean like?
No. We already got 10 put aside.
He's talking about based on these percentage numbers.
Based on this percentage, which is the number of residents from Lake Park attending those, is what the percentage is, correct?
Yes.
I have a difficulty with that, okay? Depending on what kind of sports you have, you're always going to have children from other communities participating. I will say to you that we are now growing as a family-oriented community. And for a very long time, there weren't children in our community. They just weren't here. And for the children that we did have here, they went to other communities in order to participate. And the parents paid the outside fee for that. We have monies that have been allocated for the purpose, truly in my mind, is to grow and to provide a place where children could come. And if that means that children from other communities are coming, what's the problem? I go to other parks in other cities and in other towns, but a kid won't come unless they know it's not there, right? So when we even talking about the PALS program, those are kids from other communities that are coming to our town and using our facilities. I don't see a problem with that because that's what I did. That's what a lot of people do. That's what my neighbors do. They have children and their kids are not here. Why? Because we don't have the program, but we haven't had the program. So it's like what comes first, right? We have to attract it. And so for me to say, well, there's only 22 kids that are from the town, so only give them this proportion, that to me doesn't send the message that it is. The idea is that this is a grand program. We can decide. We're now A third, well, actually 66% into where we are, our grant. We only have maybe about 3 more months or 4 more months left for this grant cycle or this budget cycle. The money has to be given. And so my opinion is we're trying to grow something. They're making a request. Whatever that makeup that they're going to have to get from other sources, allow that. But let's not be nitpicking, well, only one kid is coming from that town, so just give them 25 cents. No, the idea is that kids attract children. And so therefore, the money is there. Let us grow.
So the request is for $5,000 from coastal for one request and $8,500 for the other.
So that brings us to 12 or 13?
Correct?
13.5.
13.5. So are you suggesting to give the full?
But we only have a budget of 10. Is
Correct.
that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Unless we're instructed otherwise.
All right,
Okay.
make sure, remember, we're talking up here.
No, but I wasn't here, so I apologize for that, and I don't know what the motion was on the floor, so I'm just
And the
asking.
motion that was made for the record was to approve as it stands with the percentages. It was seconded, and now we're in discussion. And
That was for the measly little amount that I see there?
correct, but if we are in agreement and accord to change the numbers, we can amend the motion.
Can I amend the motion, please?
Okay? I believe he made the motion, correct?
Yeah, would you want to do?
Give one 7,000, get the other 3,000, please.
7 and 3?
That's 10, right?
Well, that's 10. That's what this is all about,
Correct.
right?
That's
The
what we're.
discussion.
The discussion.
All right, so we had to get a motion in order
Have
to
the discussion.
discuss it.
Correct.
And
We
the
have,
idea with the discussion is to determine if we're going to stay with those numbers.
or if we're
give-
gonna.
Right.
So it seems like the consensus is, at least the majority, I'll say, majority, is to bump it up.
Raise the money.
Yes. The majority. Okay?
7 and 3 comes closer to the numbers that they've asked for.
That brings us to the full 10,000.
It gives, I'm sorry.
Who gets 3, who gets 7?
Well, I'm assuming the 8,500 request would be the 7, the 3 would be the coastal,
Coastal, right.
would be the 3.
And they have the smaller number of children overall.
Math coach.
Okay, so if that is the desire of the commission, we need an amended motion and a second.
That's not my desire. I said find 3,500 and give him the money. That's my position.
3,000.
Well, we're discussing it. You said that.
No, I understand.
No,
I'm trying
he's
to-
like looking, no, I mean, Lyndon is looking at me like what? You opened the floor for a motion for us to have discussion.
How much do you want to give each group?
Give them the amount. It's like 8,000 for one, was it 3,500 or 5,000 for the
They
other?
said the problem.
exceeds our
That exceeds
10,000.
our budget amount.
Huh?
It exceeds our budget amount of 10,000.
Yeah?
Merrill told us right now, the 2 requests, if we go with the full max, is 13,500.
So that's 3,500.
We only have 10,000 in our, that is budgetary to this item.
Where can we get the money? Okay. We have money. We can find it. So now it would be a discussion about it. These are Lyndon yourself stated that one of the organizations that's making the request has been here a number of times and has been in our community. We have Coastal that's in our community. They are here. They are a resident. There's a high school. They're a middle school.
Okay,
I'm
so-
sorry.
Okay, so, yes, let me take a hold of this. Don't-
Mayor, can we get clarification on exactly what the motion was? Because,
The motion was,
no, from the clerk.
oh, I'm sorry, please.
The clerk, please.
What was the motion?
I believe the motion was, I make a motion to approve the
It was
grant
read out,
percentages.
it was read out from the agenda request form. The way the agenda request form is written is how it was presented.
Correct.
So what is it?
So that item is written as,
I'm just going to read right off of it. The motion was to approve 1,000 $135 for Coastal Shark Summer Program, which is 22.7%, and to approve $3,400 for Destiny Fulfilled Summer Camp, which is 40% of the $8,500 that they requested.
And there was a second.
Correct.
There was a
You've been
second for that
discussing it.
motion.
So now you want to call for a vote on the motion, or the maker of the motion can withdraw it, and you can.
Okay,
That's right,
so-
we can go with that motion.
So
If
do-
it fails, then we can do another motion if we want, correct?
Okay. So, we have a motion and a second. All in favor? All opposed?
Aye.
Nay.
Nay. The motion doesn't pass.
Okay.
Would there be another motion that needs to be
Thank
made?
you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom.
All right, Tom, thank you. Based on the discussion from the previous one, if we have access to the additional money, I'd like to make a motion to give Coastal $5,000 and the second, I'm sorry, 8,300 and
Here it is, here.
8,500?
One is requesting 85, the other one's requesting 5.
the easier way to do it is make a motion to give each group the amount of grant money they requested. Assuming if we can get the extra $3,000. And do we have the assurance of the town manager?
Is this a motion now?
So the motion is to award a grant to Coastal for $5,000 and the other entity $8,500.
Right.
Okay. We have a
It's been second.
Is there a second?
It's been second. It will, I am seconding it.
Okay.
I made the motion, Judah seconded it.
Okay, we have a motion.
Call
We
the
have a
question.
second. Any room for discussion?
I'm not in favor of that, so.
Okay. Any other discussion points?
I think it will take money away from what I would like to see money going to the PAL program, and I'm.
Well, unfortunately, the line item that's budgeted for this year only calls for it to be for grants. When we discuss budget for next budget cycle, then we can have that discussion. And that'll be in for next
Fair enough.
year's 2026, 2027 budget.
That was a great discussion, thank you.
Thank you. I really enjoyed that discussion. All in favor?
Wait, hold on. We're
You're missing the vice mayor.
We can have, we can have the vote regardless. Okay. All in favor? Aye. All opposed?
Nay.
The motion passes.
3-1.
Okay? All right.
Okay.
So, item number 18. Discussion on public noticing requirements, proposed land development regulations, otherwise known as LDRs, for text amendment. Nadia DiTomaso, please begin.
Good evening again, Nadia DiTomaso, Community Development Director. This agenda item relates to noticing, of course. It was continued from the last meeting. It is specific to development-related applications and other types of land development regulation-related applications. Currently, the noticing is regulated by town code and state statute. So we follow the requirements that the town code dictates. So as an example, a site plan application requires a 300-foot certified mail notice sent to, property owners within 300 feet of a development site. It also requires a public notice in the Palm Beach Post at least 10 days in advance of a planning and zoning board meeting, and the notice has to identify the meeting, all of the public hearings that are associated with that development project. So that is just one example. This agenda item that has been included in the packets proposes ideas for additional noticing pursuant to feedback and research that we received. Ultimately, it is the Town Commission's decision on how and if this section of the code gets amended. The proposal does include, in part, a sign requirement for development-related applications. And what that is, it's very similar to other municipalities who already have this practice in place, which is, installing a sign that identifies the nature of the project, provides for contact information. In some of the other municipalities that we looked at, Palm Beach Gardens, Palm Beach County, Royal Palm Beach, North Palm Beach, typically the sign is 3 feet high by 4 feet in length. It's on a yellow coral blast backing, and it's highly visible with black font. So those details have not necessarily been incorporated into the ideas. Of course, it has a TBD in there because ultimately if we do amend the code to incorporate the sign requirement, we would need to work through, what our specific requirements would be, whether they are in line with the other municipalities or we create our own.
And Nadia, just to jump in, and the developers or the property owner, whoever's doing the development, would be responsible for those costs.
Yes, correct,
So
correct.
everyone-
No, absolutely. So based on the feedback we received this evening, of course, we will then work on any desired amendments, if there are any, for the noticing section of the town code. I didn't intend on going through the proposed language line by line. Again, they're just ideas. I can if the commission would like me to, or we can just have some discussion. I know there are some public comments related to this item as well.
Okay, any questions for staff? Well, we're going to do some questions first, then we'll do public comment, and then we'll entertain a motion. No, question.
For me.
Vice Mayor.
First of all, I think this is actually a great idea that we require this. It's pretty much, I think we're going above the state, what the state asked us to do for it, which is awesome. It's more than notifying the public. It's about making sure they're really informed. So I think I read a couple emails about, and they're probably going to get into their comments, but I totally 1,000% agree with them that for big projects, we should make it mandatory for them to have community meetings for them. Also, this is questions, not discussion, right? Because I do have a request myself.
This is a question.
Okay, I can translate it to a question. I'll do it to students here. Are we going to require, like, developers that have buildings with windows and doors to put the little FIMs on the doors, signs, because board's not cutting it anymore? So what I would like to see for future development is future development coming to Lake Park.
Coming
just as they
soon,
have it in
yes.
Riviera and Palm Beach Gardens. In the windows of standalone buildings that's going to be future developed. Are we going to do that?
We currently have a signage category provision that allows for that to happen. However, it's not mandatory the way it's written in the code. We do have, criteria that identifies that they're able to do that, but they would have to apply for it.
Okay, how can we make it mandatory?
We would have to work that into the code requirements.
Can we please?
Yes.
Any other questions? Commissioner Linden.
I've got some areas highlighted. I can go through them fairly quick. I'd like to see a little bit more consistency. And the one on the certified mail, totally in favor of that. But it's only a radius of 300 feet. That's relatively small in the scheme of things. I would like you to go back and think about that and reconsider that. Anywhere where there's 300 feet for noticing, that causes an issue because then we get into 150 units over 500 units and so forth. And I agree with the Vice Mayor, we need public meetings on all of this, not selected few. Is that what you said? Yeah, okay. Must conduct a community outreach meeting at local venue. Why a local venue? Why not town hall? It says in here excluding town.
You want to take that?
again, this was just an idea that is being presented, and we didn't want it to be where it was considered a town officiated or formal meeting. So it's a meeting that the developer or the property owner would have directly with, it could be at the library, it could be wherever that they want to do it. We just felt, for the same reason that there was previous discussion about having public meetings here, that could create concern, and we just were trying, again, just an idea that was out there.
I actually like the library idea. That's, you know, but then they got to get a venue, and then it's always going to be a little different.
Promotes public businesses too.
Yeah, I believe Tenton, not to bring the name up, but Forrest did, at Brooklyn Cupcakes, they did their meeting with the residents there. So,
And there's no definition of required large. What one person considers large, another one may not. I would like to see some kind of a number in there of some type. And codified ability, again, hold workshop. Proposed new public notice requirements. This goes back to social media and so forth, but it also talks about newspapers. And I don't know if newspapers are good media anymore or not to notify them. Well,
there's some people
that's
that still
costly,
do.
you know.
There's some people that still do it, though.
Yeah, okay. So, all right, that was my.
Thank you.
Anything on the side? Commissioner Thomas?
Yeah, I've had a number of discussions both with our town manager and with our community development director on this. The posting of the property, we are 20 years behind. I'm just saying, like we really are.
Maybe more.
Yeah, 25 years behind. This was being done very, very long time ago.
Absolutely.
This is something that the town has just never done that. And what it was done back then was any rezoning, any land uses, any special exceptions, comprehensive plan amendments that were going to be done, and it was going to affect a certain area, even if it was a text amendment, then the properties that were being impacted would then be, a sign would be posted. It would always fall on the developer because they would pay the funds in order for us to prepare the signs for the developer or I'm using the word developer very loosely here, okay? So the property improver, for all intents and purposes, right? To post the property. What my concern here is, one, is consistency, right? And two, that it's simple. I'm concerned about a proposed business owner coming in and saying, wow, there's all these different like layers. When I initially brought it to the town manager and the community development director, it was, if there's a site plan and it requires a special exception, make sure that that property get posted so everyone that's around it can see the sign that, this property is up for public hearing, et cetera. So that's my idea behind this. Now, for those who probably weren't aware, when Earl Stewart did their garage, they held a number of workshops around town and even on their facility at their site, and they posted it beyond the 300-foot requirement that is by state law, and I don't know if that's changed. And what staff...
It's still 300.
Okay, and
yeah.
what staff made their... And so we're doing this based on what state statute states. But we ask that they go beyond that because it was going to impact residents within an entire development, so that they make sure that they were doing their due diligence in notifying the public or those who were impacted. So I just want to make sure that, one, that it's consistent across, across the board, and that it's rather simplistic, okay? Now, we can make note to if the property is over 20,000 square feet and it's a commercial or, industrial property, that property get posted, or whatever it is. But I just want to make sure that whomever is reading understand the posting requirement, okay? And again, this is something that our town should have been doing 25 years ago because other communities have been doing it.
Thank you.
Commissioner O'Rourke, you have anything?
Nope. This seems like an easy topic.
Yeah, absolutely. Vice Mayor?
I'm just going to circle back. This will be required, correct?
The changes?
Yes.
Any changes would be a requirement if that's how they're worked into the code.
Okay, perfect. And just to throw something out there, just in case I know we're talking about signs and we want to kind of uniform together, we can have one company to do it. I don't know if that little sign shop there on Park Avenue, is that open? I mean, just to kind of help the business out. I mean, don't get
3D printed,
overpriced,
yeah,
but
yeah.
check them out and see. They even do shirts, but they never send a coupon advertising, so I wouldn't know, but I walk by there.
Okay, so I have, if there are no more questions, I have public comment cards.
Oh, yeah.
So I want to let them be able to speak on this topic. Brady Drew.
Good evening, Brady Drew, Sable Palm Drive. Since Senate Bill 840 failed in March, we must accept that the Senate Bill 180 freeze is our reality until at least October 2027. Even longer than that if hurricanes continue to impact Florida, which is a sure bet. Every day we spend trying to fix the current code is a day we either invite a lawsuit by making the PAD code more strict or ensure more vacancy by continuing to stall redevelopment while businesses continue to struggle. By stopping the pursuit of a perfect code that the state won't let us pass, we can give our developers the green light to build under the regulations we already have. What we don't need is to continue drawing out this process with additional outreach and planning and legal notification hurdles. 10th and Park is a great example. They hosted an open house at the now empty Brooklyn Cupcake. There have been signs put up, notifications in the paper, social media posts, packed commission meetings, and even a story in the Palm Beach Post. The public participation you're seeing right now is an evidence of the current process working. We've waited long enough. You've gotten enough feedback. Now is the time for the Commission to take the lead and provide clear direction to the residents, businesses, and developers on the town's path forward on the PAD changes. And if you don't mind here, my bedtime is coming up before the consent agenda. I had one more short comment on the diesel engines. The town's planning to purchase new diesel-powered sanitation equipment, both
Actually, are you talking about the agenda item itself?
There's two sanitation-related agenda items.
I know, but we're only talking about agenda item 18.
Okay, that's all I had on 18.
Thank you. Thank you. Susan LaFontaine.
Good evening, all, and thank you. It's good to hear the comments that you're making because it's a lot of what I was thinking about with this noticing requirements. Some of the current proposed changes to these noticing requirements for developers look really good to me. I'd ask that you include a requirement for the developers to include a picture or artist rendering of what they're proposing to build, because even the notices the town has sent out about Park Avenue Downtown District and this and that, they didn't really provide a clue to anybody about what, like 10th and Park, the developers, what they were proposing. And when people saw the pictures that were posted in the Palm Beach Post a couple of years ago, that's when people started freaking out, or at least I did, because I didn't have a clue from the information I'd been giving. My issue with the proposed requirements for the town if it is the entity that's proposing changes to the density, intensity, or height allowed by our land development zoning regulations and/or the comprehensive plan. The proposed language for this section, and I know this is just for information and you're discussing it, but the proposed language for this section says, number one, the town commission may hold a workshop. May basically means good idea, but not required. So I would ask that the wording say the town shall hold a workshop, meaning it's required. And number two, the proposed language says if the town commission does hold a workshop related to these issues, they only need to notify properties within 300 or 500 feet of a zoning district. As stated by Commissioner Linden, that's not very far. It's less than a block. So if, for instance, the pad workshop that you guys held, thank you, if it had only been noticed to people who lived within 500 feet of the pad zoning district, nobody down on 7th, 8th, 5th, 4th, none of us would have known about it. We wouldn't have gotten any notice about it. So thank you for saying it. And the commissioners before, back in 2024, Commissioner Taylor, and I believe you, Commissioner Thomas, and Commissioner Hensley, maybe all of you said, the town needs to know about, everybody who lives here needs to know about these changes because they affect all of us. They affect the character of the town. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia LeDuc.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Commissioners. Patricia LeDuc, 409 2nd Street. I want to keep it simple. I think Judith just brought a good point. If we get it too complicated, I've lived here 7 years. I've heard every one of you. I've heard the previous commission. All of us have always discussed we need to have more communication with the public so the public can be engaged and involved. I think keeping it simple. I love the idea of the proposed property sign on large developments. I love the idea of the window coming soon for smaller businesses. But again, I think Judith hit it on the nose. We need to keep it simple. We don't want to deter businesses from coming, making all these restrictions. But we do need public engagement. I think using the Facebook, all of the online opportunities. We have a newsletter. We have a website that could use a lot of improvement. I think if we get them more engaged, they will come. And I think 300 feet for a main project is quite small. I know it happened to me when the FDOT was planning on doing the improvements to US 1. I'm like, the one house, all my neighbors behind me closer to US 1 got it, and I'm like, wait a minute, why didn't I know about that? It was just one house, that little 300 feet. So that is quite a larger project, but I think keep it simple. Let's put it on more social media outlets. I think people are reading those a lot. I think we have a website that we could utilize a little bit more, a newsletter. Instead of saying commission meeting coming, let's put it in the newsletter. What's happening? What's the agenda going to be all about? And then people can start coming. I'd love to see a lot more people come. I think it's really important. And I think it should also be for other board meetings as well, because sometimes the first step is at a planning and zoning board meeting. And those are not very well advertised. And I really have my heart feels that those is like the first step. They come to that board first. Those meetings should also be included in the advertisement and, social media accounts and whatever. And thank you very much for bringing this topic finally. I've been waiting for this. I think a lot of the residents have been waiting years for this, so thank you, and good luck getting it moving forward.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all the public comment cards I have for this agenda item. If there are no other questions, I will entertain a motion. Commissioner Thomas, you had something?
I just want us to keep in mind, too.
I mean, if we're going to do discussion, let's just do a motion and a second, and then we'll have discussion up here. Oh, it was just discussion. Okay, so my apologies. It was just discussion, so go ahead. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Thomas.
Yeah, I do want to keep in mind that we are a small town and there are small developers too. So like when we have like an automobile shop that has to come in here because they need to get a special exception approval, and they have to do noticing. And is it by certified mail, right?
For special exception, yes,
Yeah,
it's an
right.
ad and certified mail within 300 feet.
Yeah.
Currently.
So I want us to understand too, that can be a little cost prohibitive as well for those property owners if we want to go to a little further, especially like if they are in an industrial area. That would mean they would have to notice each individual bay owner and tenant a certified mail for it. I don't know what that cost is, but back in the day,
It's just over $10. It's
Okay.
almost $11
per
envelope.
per person, okay, per property owner. So we need to be rather cognizant of the fact when we say 500 feet, it's rather expensive for your small businesses if they are going to have to notice 500 feet away from that because
I might
it
be
becomes-
thinking with return receipt, because we do that in code.
You
So
do
it
too.
may be
I
a
mean,
little-
I
it may
think-
be a little less.
But I think too, with special exception, I think it's certified mail.
Yeah.
I do
Yeah.
think that it's certified mail, and that becomes a little costly. So I just want to caution our commission here when it comes to that. Maybe for larger projects, because they may have more resources, but when we talk about small, businesses, it could be a lot. And that doesn't include the application fee
Sure.
that they have to bring before our staff for their review.
Okay. There are no other discussions. We'll move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Next, we have the consent agenda. If there are any items that wishes to be pulled from consent, please say so now. I also have public comment cards that are for some of the,
I'm pulling everything. You have comment cards?
I also have comment cards for the consent, items on consent. So,
I have a motion.
you didn't have no comment cards? I mean, no items
I
to
don't
pull?
have a comment card now.
No. Any items you wish to pull on consent? Do you have any items you wish to pull?
Yes. Let me tell you the ones I don't want to pull.
How about you
5
tell
and
me the one?
6. I make a motion to approve items 5 and 6.
So you wish to pull 7 all the way
Yes.
to 11?
And I make that,
And number 12 has actually been removed from the agenda,
I
just for the
understand.
record.
I'm making that motion because I don't think these are items that should be in consent. I don't care if they go in new business and it only should take a little bit to get through it, but I don't think that's appropriate to put a $797,000, 612 budget item on consent.
Okay, so for the record, items 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 have been pulled from consent. Item number 12 was already disclosed earlier in the meeting that was removed from the agenda as a whole. We need a motion for 5 and 6 that's remaining on consent.
I make a motion to approve item 5 and 6 on consent.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Do we have any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Let's get to work.
Consent passes with what's there. Next, we're going to go to item number 7, Resolution 360526, Resilient Florida Grant Agreement with Florida Department of Environmental Protection, FDEP, for Ilex Court Green Infrastructure and Stormwater Improvements project for $99,373. Commissioner O'Rourke, you pulled this item. You may begin.
Mayor, I'm going to make the same comment I am on 7 as I am going to make on 8 and question that. So if you want to discuss them, if we can discuss them both at the same time, I'm trying to move it along. I'm not really trying to delay this.
That's fine, because I actually have a public comment card for 8, so we
Okay.
can do all that inclusive.
Okay, well, can we do them together then?
That's fine. Go
Okay.
ahead and begin.
And Jamie, I'm just going to tell you the reason why I asked to pull those items was because I'm not sure if these grant applications have been accepted, or is we just announcing that there's a grant being made? That's all I want to know.
Commissioner, these two action items are to accept the grants awarded.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
That's the clarification I was looking for. I have nothing further.
Vice Mayor.
I'm sorry, Commissioner O'Rourke, I didn't hear your question.
The question was, are these grants that we're making, or are they grants that we're making a decision to accept or not?
Thank you.
You just gave me the answer to that, and the answer is that we're going to accept them if we vote on that.
Okay, so we're accepting the money.
Yes.
Okay. No other questions? I do have a public comment card for item number 8. Let me make sure I'm clear on this. It's from Patricia LeDuc.
Good evening, Patricia LeDuc, 409 2nd Street. One of the items was just clarified through Mr. O'Rourke's comment. I was questioning if there's a grant that's being proposed for the $297 and change $1,000 was a part of the 2nd Street an initial grant, the phase 1, which was over $500,000, and that was back in November of 22. So I was curious if, since it's being classified as part phase 2, if those funds were available, still part of those from the original $533,000, but the answer was just given that that is a separate grant for the $297,000. So my other concern or question or comment would be, I read the project description, which is included in the 45-page grant application, and it does state that there will be a complete 2nd Street green infrastructure and stormwater improvement phase 2 project. And it includes, design, and I wanted a little bit more clarification because the initial project was a bioswale project, and if they continue as a bioswale project from Bayberry on 2nd Street all the way through to the Killian on the north side of 2nd Street, bioswale to me, having it on 2nd Street in my section of the community would encumber a multiple amount of large trees that are, I think, an asset to that 2nd Street corridor because it's residential. The properties on the east side face west directly. If we lose some of those shade trees, multiple shade trees there have had to have been there over 25 years. I'm here 7 years. There are other decorative trees that are, used for shade, that shade the sidewalks. I know that we're going to be doing bioswales on the 10th Street corridor. That is a corridor. This is a residential street. These are residents parking, putting their trash receptacles, their lawn stuff for pickup on a Tuesday, or, on a Monday, whatever side of the street you're on. And I just wanted to have some clarification. What green infrastructure and stormwater improvements will be done, and does it include, the destruction of those trees that I think are very valuable to the community? And with that, that was really my main comment. Thank you very much, and I'm sure Jamie has some answers for us.
Thank you. Jamie, do you have anything? Yes, please.
So the purpose of this action item, like I said, is just to accept the awarded grant. Our consultant right now is working on the conceptuals that will lead into the design phase and actually the permitting. But before we complete that process of the design, we will have a community outreach, and we will get feedback from the community as well from the commissioners. We have already spoken with our consultant. The main purpose is, as mentioned, is to improve the north section of 2nd Street from Park Avenue towards that area that has deficiencies with stormwater infrastructure. We're looking more of developing within the right-of-way, not the roadway, not the right-of-way, just to prevent the impact to those large trees and oak trees that we have within 2nd Street East Side. Nevertheless, one of the components of the project is to develop some underground chambers at Bakley Park, and that's where we will be moving, or it's going to be the water stream function of 2nd Street going up that section with the combinations of the bioswales.
Okay.
But at the time that we have more concrete decisions on the conceptuals and moving towards the design, we will get feedback, like I said, from the public and also from the commission.
Mayor, can I ask him a
Sure,
question?
Commissioner Roth,
Jamie, this grant money is for engineering, design, and permitting for the project to take place. It does not include construction costs, is that correct?
That is correct.
Would that be a separate grant at a different time?
That is correct.
Thank you.
We're working on that right now.
Okay.
As well.
And we kind of went out of order there, but,
And that's on both 7 and 8. I'm doing both of them together. Same
okay,
answer,
so
right?
if there are no other questions, I entertain a motion for 7 and 8.
You got to do them separately. They're separate
Okay,
resolutions.
so we'll first do item number 7 separately.
I just wanted to comment on both of them.
Sure.
Commissioner, this is an excellent grant program that DEP offers. I do appreciate a lot Jamie and Merrill pushing for this. Annually, we can apply for 3 grants a year. The governor has done a great job in funding this. The legislature has done a great job in funding it. And for us as a community, it's 100% funded. So there's no match us at all for this. So it was really important that Jamie and Merrill went after these grants. We did the 2. Hopefully next year we'll be able to do the 3. And construction will be eligible for us. So thank you guys. Appreciate you.
Okay. So once again, we will do our first motion for item number 7.
It's okay.
I make a motion to move on item number 7.
Second.
Any other further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? I am passing unanimously. Next, we have a motion for item number 8.
Motion to approve item 8.
Second? Second. Any other discussion?
Discussion.
Sure. Vice Mayor?
I will support this and accepting the money as long as we're not tearing up any trees.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Because this is exactly in the area where you had the accident. And I'm going to tell you that the trees is a problem. Yeah. And if you're at Ilex and if you're at Jasmine, that mahogany tree is a problem because it gets into the storm drain and it floods that whole entire area. The area that we're referring to is north of Park Avenue on 2nd. So this is from Park Avenue to Palmetto. This
Correct.
isn't from Park Avenue south to Bayberry.
Is it not south or north?
No,
north.
this is north.
Both. It's both. It's on.
Still, we're not tearing any trees up.
But south has already been done.
So south would only have 1 light section, but the main concept of the project is north of Park Avenue.
Stay with the discussion here, okay?
So I'm just like saying that for the people who are impacted by those beautiful trees, and they're beautiful, but they shed a lot. And there's no street sweepers that are coming and cleaning up those storm drains where there is no drainage. It's just a catch basin with that. I love those trees, but we have to do something about it. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, about 6 of those trees, and it creates a big problem. So unless you are living in there, it's problematic. We can put other trees in there that probably isn't going to create that problem.
Palm trees.
But it's a problem. We are a tree community. I have one in my yard, so I understand, but it's a huge problem.
Okay. Let's not belabor this.
I'm just saying,
Okay.
to say no trees, you need to know where you're living at.
Gotcha. We have first, we have second, we have discussion. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Resolution passes 4-1. Okay. Next, we have no, are we good?
Which
We're
one?
good over here, right? Okay. Next.
No, master fee
actually,
schedule
we're
number
on
9.
Yes. Next, we have Resolution 380526, Town of Lake Park Master Fee Schedule Update.
I have a
Commissioner
question.
O'Rourke,
Yes?
you may begin.
Question. It looks like this master fee schedule only addresses issues with regard to public records requests. I want to know what the fee is right now.
It's going to depend.
What?
It's going to depend.
Well,
There's a
is there
lot of
fee-
factors.
Is there a fee in place right now?
No.
For somebody that comes in and asks for public records?
No.
And so they can just ask for the public records?
Correct.
Okay.
Well, Commissioner, the answer to your question is fees for public records is a statutory thing. It's in 119, and it's prescribed in 119. It doesn't belong in a master fee schedule.
Okay. So then why is it?
I can't explain that. I can only explain to you what the law is.
Okay.
And the law is, it's very specific in the law. When most people did, for example, written records, it was 15 cents a page.
Right.
But there's also a provision in there with respect to technology, for example, electronic, that you can charge for the cost of the work that goes into producing those electronic public records. There's also a provision in 119 that provides for essentially staff. If staff has to devote time to a large public records request, the town can charge for that. So having a fee in a master fee schedule is going to be and has been contrary to Florida law.
What we were doing was just putting it in there because we do have all of our fees in there, and we're not putting in what the cost is. It's just per statute, so it would be the same thing as what the attorney's saying. We just wanted it,
Go ahead, Tom.
cemented in. So
But you don't need to put in a fee schedule that you need to follow the statute, because the statute already prescribes that.
So how should this been articulated?
You should take public records out of the master fee schedule.
Yes.
Because it's covered by statute. You don't need a fee in a master fee schedule for public records.
Okay.
You just charge when the request is made based on what the cost of responding to the request is.
Tom, let me ask you: does it create a legal issue that it's in there?
Yes.
What is the legal issue
The
that
legal issues that it may be contrary to statute.
even though it says it's per Florida statute, whatever statute
But
is,
if it's per Florida statute, why do you need to put it in your master fee schedule?
then because we haven't done it in the past, we wanted to make sure that the commission gave us direction and had direction
State law.
that it was provided per state law. So it's not trying to create an issue or anything. We just want to
Just
make sure we have
so
the
clarification.
direction from you guys to do it. That's basically what we were trying to
I
do.
think what
You have the direction from the Florida legislature to
you
do
start
it.
charging tomorrow.
It's just a matter of when do you start. So.
Okay. If that's the direction to go,
If
then
I-
we can move on from this.
If I may, I'm sorry. The reason why I brought this up was because it lists $100 as a standard fee. That you can't charge a standard fee for somebody coming to ask for public records.
No, because exactly, because it's
Okay, I'm sorry.
contrary to statute.
Okay. All right, then but it
So
says,
if you
okay.
just take out of your master fee schedule per Florida, public records per Florida statute, you just go by the statute. You don't
So
go by the
basically-
master fee schedule.
Are you saying that this didn't even need to come up? And that's what I'm asking.
Am I saying it never should have been in there?
No, I mean, it should have never came to this point, as an agenda item. Or is it more direction?
Well, I think the master fee schedule includes more than public records requests.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, what we'll do is if we can remove this, if you guys would just not go forward with this item, but provide us with direction that we can begin charging per Florida statute. That's all we were looking for in this item.
I just want Tom to clarify it.
You've always been able to do that. You have never needed the commission's permission.
Which is why I asked the question.
To charge for public records, because the Florida legislature has given the town and every other public entity in Florida that authority.
Which is why I asked the question, this should have never even became.
Well, I can't speak to that. I can only speak to what the law provides for.
Yes, sir.
Ask him, because I have a
Vice
question.
Mayor.
I'd like to make a motion.
Well, no, but before you make a motion, can I ask Tom something?
Go ahead.
Tom, then where could it be codified? Because I think it's either, it's like, where could it be codified that says, here, this is what's being charged? The only reason why I'm saying that is.
It's already codified.
In the Florida statutes, yes.
119.
I get you with that. But also in the Florida statute, it also says about posting. But we also have something too that's in our code that talks about what's in the Florida statute. So if that's the case, we need to have something that's going to be codified and where we can read from. Someone is not going to pick up the Florida statute every time they need to figure out what the fee is. So I'm just asking, where could it be codified at, if not in the master schedule, where could it be codified where it actually shows this is the cost on it?
It can just be
It's
noticed.
it's codified in Florida statutes. That's what I'm.
We can make a notice per Florida statute that we will be charging for public records. Vice Mayor?
All right, I have a motion.
Well, I have a public comment card, so I'm going to let them go. Okay?
Looks like you have another one, too.
Ms. LaFontaine, please come up. This is like one of the weirdest things I've ever been part of.
Thank you. Hello again. Susan LaFontaine, 545 Evergreen Drive. Regarding this master fee schedule changes for the public records request, the town is proposing a special fee is allowed by Florida statute for public record requests that require, quote, extensive use of IT resources and or, quote, extensive clerical or supervisory assistance by personnel. As a citizen who has made several public records requests, first I want to say thank you to the town clerk's office and associated departments for their prompt fulfillment of all of my prior requests. Second, I request that before you adopt this resolution or whether it's master fee schedule or something just to so people know what they're going to pay, that you define what is extensive use and extensive clerical or supervisory assistance. And number two, define how the labor cost of the personnel providing these extensive services that is actually incurred will be determined, recorded, and reported to the requester, so we know exactly what we're being charged for up front. I know that the 2025 Government in the Sunshine Manual states that this Florida statute does not identify the legislature's intent as to what may constitute extensive use and provides no definition of that term. But the Sunshine Manual also states that the Attorney General's office has suggested that agencies implement the service charge authorization in a manner that reflects the purpose and intent of the Public Records Act. A clear definition of my 2 points above is essential to transparency and an informed public, don't you think? And it's not prohibited by Florida statute. Here's how 2 state agencies address this issue. Florida Department of Law Enforcement's policy includes FDLE will assess a statutory extensive use charge for any request requiring more than 30 minutes of clerical or information technology resources. And the South Florida Water Management District is even clearer. It also defines extensive use as taking more than 30 minutes of agency resources and further defines what constitutes clerical or supervisory assistance. Again, a clear definition of my 2 points above is essential to transparency and an informed public. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaFontaine. Mr. Parax, are you trying to get on this agenda item?
Yes, I'll wait to the clock. Pablo Perhax, and a resident here. I agree with Mr. Baird completely that the statute sets out what the fees are, Chapter 119. Also, I will tell you that your clerk's office does an exceptional job whenever a request is made that is going to take more than just pushing a couple buttons on the computer. Your clerk's office follows Chapter 119, as do other municipalities in the state. There's no need to be putting yourself at risk for having another lawsuit dealing with how you're going to start charging fees when your clerk follows the law. I can tell you right now that I personally know that she does. And I agree with Mr. Baird. Take that out of the fee schedule. I'm with Mr. O'Rourke. Take it out. You're going against the law. Thank you.
Thank you. I have no other public comment cards for this. I think we've exhausted questions, answers. Vice Mayor, did you have something? No. Okay. Did you want to make a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve Resolution 380526 with taking the public record request out and approving the rest of the master fees.
Okay.
I don't understand that. Can we do it as a motion to approve this and see if we vote on it or not? Can we do it that
I'm
way?
approving this, but in approving it, but taking out the public record request. Yeah.
That's all that's
That's
there.
all that's in
That's
it.
all that's there.
Right? I mean, we'll sit here all night and discuss.
Tom, can you help along with this, sir, please?
Just approve it.
Okay.
Somebody second it.
Okay. Second? Okay, we have a first and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor? Go ahead.
How are we voting? This is to approve the resolution.
Yes.
Yep. All in favor? All
those
opposed?
Nay.
Aye. Okay.
You'll get it. All right, thank you. And thank you for the comments, too.
I'd like to thank those that are still here for being here. All right, we have item number 10, Resolution 390526, Clean Vessel Act Agreement CV004, Florida Department of Environmental Protection for the replacement of the Marinas Pump Out Station System Motor at $19,631.25 for 25% town match required of $6,453.75. Mr. O'Rourke.
Thank you. My only question for Jason would be, do we have the funds in your marina fund to pay for this?
Yes, it's in the capital outlay account.
Thank you.
That's it? No other questions? Because I have a public comment card for this. I hope I have a public comment card for this. Okay. Mr. Nick Maniotis, please step up. And it's a pleasure to see you. Just to let you know, Mr. Maniotis is one of our
Thanks
newer,
for hanging around.
Is one of
I didn't know this was going to come up, honestly.
He is one of our newest residents.
I don't know about newest.
Well, not new, but you've warmed yourself up to the town. We'll put it that way. That's fair enough.
So good evening, all of y'all. You can start my clock now. I'll try and read fast. I just wanted to, for anyone that doesn't know me, I'm 711 Laurel Drive. I've lived here for about 3 years. My story did not really start in Lake Park that early. All my friends, they grew up, they went to Lake Park Baptist. I was always in this town. I grew up with Camille's Pizza. All my friends went to church there. I now go to the family church that is Lake Park Baptist. When I first moved here, the first thing I did was I threw a block party for all the young families. All y'all were talking about young families, this and that. I look around the room, except for maybe one person, I'm by far the youngest person here. I'm the one raising children here, and I'm the person who's part of the future of Lake Park. I'm here to talk about the marina because I think that there's some people that might be misinformed about what's going on and hearing different things. In any event, the town's own audited financial report shows the Marina Fund has a negative net position of $1.5 million. It's lost money every year over the last several years. The general fund has advanced over $3 million to keep it afloat. Money that can't be used for anything else until it's paid back. For now, over the last 10 years, the revenues don't even cover the bond payments. The marina that's struggling, that's a marina that's failing. I put marina on the card. This is a marina that's struggling. It's not just a marina that's failing. It's on paper, in public, and it's every year. And this town solution has it right in front of it. And it's a developer who seemed to be very controversial in this neighborhood, Forest Development. They want to take on and put private capital into it. They want to turn it around. They're taking on the risk and everything involved with it. Under a properly structured P3, if the project underperforms, it's a private partner that bears the burden of it. This is not the taxpayers of Lake Park. And I'm going to go off script of what I wrote because I researched all this. The biggest thing that bothers me is that there was an actual lease agreement with it. And now we are spending my taxpayer money and everybody else here to fund a legal battle for breaching the lease. And I'm a local lawyer here. I'm not an idiot. We breached the lease. Now we're funding defense costs for it to prevent what can be tax revenue from other partners, hotels, everything. That thing can't break ground until this lease breach and this lawsuit is over with. So I'm here to tell you that I'm not crazy. I am one of the few futures of Lake Park that showed up at this meeting with a family, 2 girls, 6 weeks old, 2 months old, 2.5 years old. My brother-in-law is a firefighter in Palm Beach Gardens. He lives half a mile away. We eat dinner together all the time. He's got a 6-month-old there, and we look at this neighborhood and we think, wow, I get a street sweeper every 3 months, and we're funding a legal battle for a lease that we breached when the other town commissioner or whatever, commissioner, manager, I don't even know who, was on board with it. And now I'm here and sat here for 3.5 hours to say my piece on probably not even what my topic was, but here I am. Thank you all for your time.
Actually, I just want to personally apologize to you because I looked at your card and it said on an agenda item, but clearly your item was your comment.
I just wrote Marina. I've never been here before.
Yeah, I understand. Just for future, if it's not an agenda item per se, just put on the non-agenda item. Okay. I don't want to waste your time being here. And
No, I wasn't saying it like that. I was saying that I waited here
I'm saying that personally.
I appreciate that. And yeah, I wasn't saying like I shouldn't have waited here. I was just saying, I waited here to make sure I said something. That's all.
No worries, no worries.
Thank you all for listening to me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for enjoying our meeting. All right.
That was an assumption that he enjoyed it, by the way.
No,
I do need clarification.
Vice Mayor?
I need clarification from the town manager.
Well, we already went through,
Yeah. When was the hotels? The hotel was supposed to break ground in January?
well, no.
That's
No,
off
let's
the-
stay.
that's
Let's
off
stay.
the-
I know we don't want to go there.
No,
I know we don't.
No,
Yeah.
Off
we're
that
staying in the
topic.
narrative.
All right, okay.
We're staying in the narrative.
The
That's
topic
not the
is-
agenda.
It's not point of order, but I like true
The
facts. That's
topic
it.
is for pump.
I like true facts.
We're not talking about that. No. Yes.
So, Mr. Mayor, this is again a grant from DEP. It's instead of like the previous grants, 100% funded.
Yeah.
This is 75% funded, and so it's a 25% match and a great
No
opportunity
problem,
for us to save money
100%
for our
on it.
community.
If there are no other questions, I will entertain a motion for the agenda item.
I make a motion to approve Resolution 400526.
Second.
Was that it? 11,
No,
yeah.
it was.
Was that it?
Item number 10.
No, number 10,
Item
excuse me.
10.
I make a motion to approve Resolution 390526. That's it.
Second.
Okay. We have a first and a second. Any other discussion?
None.
Yes, discussion.
Okay.
This item with regard to the pump, this pump has been out for a year,
Yes.
and it's taken this long for us to get to a place where we're trying to address the environment, and I know there's people out there that are very concerned about that. I see you who are there too. One of our captains out there, I know you on the boat, but this is, this marina is not functioning properly. And the comments by Mr. Maniotis are spot on. Thank you for being here.
Okay. Any other comments? All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Resolution passes 4-1. Okay. Next, we have item number 11, Resolution 400526, an agreement with LN50 Diesel All-Terrain Litter Vacuum with Expro Link Corp. for $75,275. Commissioner O'Rourke, you may begin.
Is this a diesel engine vehicle?
That's correct. Sorry, Commissioner, that is correct.
Why do we have to get a diesel engine vacuum?
At the time that we went out for the bidding and for the scope, that was the item that the team selected as the suitable for the job that we want to perform.
And with regard to this, have we ever had this proposal come up before?
Excuse me, Commissioner?
Have we ever had this item, this proposal for this item come up before?
No, Commissioner.
So this is a new item, right?
That is correct. It's budgeted, approved, but this is the first time that we went. We went out for bids and we're presenting it right now, but it was presented on the FY 25-26 budget and it was approved for $120,000 as item number 6 under stormwater. And we put it to bid. It came out under our projected budget. It came out to $75,275 with a savings of $44,725.
That's it for me.
Okay. Any other questions? I do have a public comment card on this agenda item. Brady Drew.
Good evening, Brady Drew, Sable Palm Drive. I was here to speak tonight regarding the purchase of the new diesel-powered sanitation equipment, both this LM50 vacuum truck as well as the new garbage trucks that I guess have been taken off the agenda. While I understand the urgent need to replace our aging fleet, doubling down on diesel technology in 2026 is a move that ignores both the current financial realities as well as the health of our residents. The financial analysis provided for the garbage trucks stated that nearly $20,000 was allocated for diesel fuel alone. This isn't a one-time cost. It's an annual volatile expense that will only increase over the 7 to 10-year lifespan of these trucks and vacuum equipment. By contrast, electric alternatives typically reduced energy costs by 60 to 70%, which could save the town over $100,000 in fuel costs alone over the life of just one vehicle. Specifically regarding the LM50 litter vacuum, the manufacturer already offers the LN50E, a fully electric version of the exact same machine. It offers the same suction power, but with 9 hours of battery life. Plenty of time to suck the leaves out of the storm drains on Ilex. It is significantly quieter, which is a major benefit for our residents. Without a diesel engine, we eliminate oil changes, air filters, and the complex exhaust sensors that are currently causing so much downtime for our fleet. Finally, we must address the human cost. Diesel engines emit fine particulate matter, PM2.5, and nitrogen oxides, which are known to cause respiratory and cardiovascular issues. Our sanitation workers spend 40 hours a week standing directly behind these tailpipes, and our residents breathe this in as the trucks move through their neighborhoods. Transitioning to electric means zero tailpipe emissions, directly supporting the town's commitment to a healthy environment and native ecology. I urge the Commission to purchase the LM50E as a direct replacement for the LM50 and defer the purchases of the new trucks until we have fully explored the available grants for electric vocational vehicles. Let's not spend 2026 tax dollars on 20th century technology that burdens our budget and our air quality. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. At this point, if there are no other questions, I will entertain a motion. Oh, Commissioner Linden?
Did you look into the gas and electric version of this vehicle?
The proposal went out, we went for diesel, the proposal. The specification of the vehicle based on the specification, the two contractors or the two vendors that provided, they were diesel units.
So the vendors that supply it are strictly diesel.
Well, they don't provide strictly. The ones that proposed for the bid were diesel.
All right, so my original question, did we look into gas and or electric?
Again, Commissioner, we went out for bids. We
I
put out
understand.
for bids, and the response that we got from these two vendors were diesel units.
So, if I could, so the scope that we put out, that we requested the prices on, was diesel only.
Okay, so then,
So no, we didn't do gas or electric. We can certainly do that if that's a desire of the commission. If you guys would like for us to do that, we can certainly do that.
yeah, let's go ahead and pull this and.
Okay.
No, we don't, let's not pull it. Let's vote on it. There's a motion. Let's just vote on it and we can,
There's a motion?
yeah, it's for this diesel thing. Let's vote on it.
Nobody's made a motion yet.
Did we make a motion?
Well, look, you put out an RFP for diesel, and you get two bids on diesel, and now that's before you.
Okay,
I mean, if you want to, in the future, put out a bid for electric or gas, then do that. But, I mean, this is what's in front of you.
I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve the resolution, Resolution 400526.
Do we have a second?
I'll second it so that we can go to a vote.
Okay, do we have any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Resolution fails 4-1.
We'll go back out and we'll offer all three, well, the other two options and bring them back.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
Good, nice.
Again, item number 12 was,
Before you go on?
yes.
No, I want to know, because the direction, Jamie, the way how I'm reading this from the commission is that as we are looking for vehicles, we need to be looking at electric and something other, okay?
So just to make a little note on that, I will proceed with the request of the commission. Nevertheless, we have to understand that the cost of these units that you're asking for electrical are way more expensive than diesel and gas. So at the time I come back, I would like you to take that into consideration, because then the question will be, why are we buying something that is so expensive?
And Jamie, what we'll do is we'll present all three options. That's what I was saying. We'll present all three.
But to do
that way
that, all three options, then we have to create all three bids to go out. And that's difficult to find a bidder that's going to present a diesel, a gas,
And you may not get the same number. It may go up. All right.
So, and I want to just ask, that would mean, would you be looking for a RFP that actually for a company that carries all three? Or would we be looking, because that's a concern?
Well, this company carried all three. They just requested.
I'm just like saying too, that when we're looking at vehicles, because the way how I'm reading this is that whenever we're looking to purchase vehicles, we need to look at all three.
Correct.
Okay.
Right,
Correct.
that's good.
Okay. All right. Next, we have ordinance on first reading, ordinance 04-2026, amending Chapter 18, Section 62, use of town parks and public facilities. Town manager.
Ms. DiTomaso is on her way up.
Sorry. Good evening, Nadia DiTomaso, Community Development Director. Yes, this ordinance is being brought forward in response to a request from the Commission at a prior meeting. What it does is it allows for domesticated animals in Kelsey Park, as well as the pocket parks that are identified. And in addition, staff was also asked to provide for a smoking prohibition. And the language for the smoking prohibition, of course, takes into account the state statute, and how it reads is it's no individual shall smoke or vape except unfiltered cigars in a town park at any time except during town-sponsored special events or pursuant to a special event permit issued by the town. Any individual who is found in violation of this section may be subject to a fine not to exceed $500. So again, this ordinance provides for the domesticated animals in Kelsey Park and in the pocket parks, and it provides for this prohibition for smoking in those areas, but for when a special event permit is issued, or it's a special event that's put on by the town.
Okay, thank you for that.
You're welcome.
Any questions for Mr.
And if-
Tommaso? Oh, Town Manager?
Yeah, if it was presented, about dogs, our code requires, or domesticated animals, which includes things like potbelly pigs.
Why? What is the definition of a domestic animal?
I
First of all,
asked the
that's
same
not in the
question.
statute that you're proposing here. I brought this up. I'm going to make some questions. I'm going to address some questions
I'll let you go.
to the community development director. In this ordinance, first of all, you added vaping and smoking. I don't know where that came from. I was the one that requested this. All I want to do is take my dog for a walk around a path in the park. Now they're freely roaming, and I got pigs flying, So can you explain how we got to this point?
Yes, I can.
Thank you.
So the ordinance, prior to making any changes, identifies domesticated animals. It doesn't only identify dogs. And so there is a definition. I don't have the definition in front of me. I can quickly get it for domesticated animals, but it is more than just dogs. And by modifying this code section, which currently reads that they are only allowed at the marina, it would allow them in Kelsey Park and in the pocket parks. The smoking language was put in based on internal discussions, and we were asked to address that as well.
It's provided in statute, so we wanted to give you guys the option because there's been some issues with that. That can be where we've had some special events with issues.
So why would we allow it now? Because we had people
Talking about it.
smoking weed or something? What's going on? Explain it to us, please.
There was an event that was presented to us that
Hemp
that
Fest.
we had understood that there may be some concern, so we wanted to bring it forward to you guys to give us, to have an opportunity to consider it. That part can be we can remove that, but we wanted to bring it forward to you guys so that we had direction on where you wanted to go with it.
Mayor?
Sir, oh my goodness.
Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, that's it. I have a problem in us continuing to regulate people's behavior.
Right
If they're in the park, someone wants to smoke, someone smokes. And I'm being honest. It's like, that's not lewd and lascivious actions. Someone has to smoke somewhere, and I'm thinking to myself, a vape, a cigarette. If someone wants to go outside and it's not associated with an event, what you're saying is that who's going to be regulating it? Who's going to be following and saying, Captain, please come over here because someone is smoking in the park and you need to come and cite them because they're smoking in the park? Because the only exception here is if it's a special event. So that means that if my, relative go to a park and they're in the park and they happen to be smoking in that park, or they're vaping in that park, I got to call Captain to tell Captain that person isn't supposed to be smoking in the park.
It's actually the opposite.
Well, no, that's what this is saying. It says except for the special event. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Only at special events, you can have a cigar.
And this is a problem. I don't feel that we should be in that position where we are regulating people's behavior like that. Yes, you can say, here, you're in a closed building, but you're out there in the park. And I don't want to be a party to that. And I don't want to have to be screening someone because they're doing something that I don't like. But that is what we're all about here. We have that freedom to do it. And I'm not regulating someone's behavior because someone is doing something that may happen in the future. I don't like cigars, but I'm not going to tell somebody not to smoke cigars. That's their right. Yes, I did say that. I don't I don't like cigars, but I'm not going to say, oh, well, because we're having a special event, you are allowed to smoke your cigar, but the other person isn't allowed to smoke their cigarette or their vape. I have a problem with this.
Before we go there, before we go to Mayor, I'm trying to cut this short here. I think we have consensus that it doesn't seem anybody's in favor of that.
No.
So we can give them guidance. We don't do this on a motion. I think everybody has guidance from it. I've seen the expressions when I don't think anybody's in favor of the
No.
smoking thing.
No, they're not.
Okay, so.
Thank you.
So we're going to ask to remove that, if that's all right.
Thank you.
Yes, that's fine.
Can we,
And we can move on.
Tom,
But
are
I
we
do
able to
have
go
a-
through first reading and have that?
You could take it out for second reading.
Thank
Yes.
you.
So we
Thank
can move forward.
And the other thing that I want to suggest is that I'm not looking for animals to be freely roaming. That wasn't
I
what I
can
was
bring my
looking
potbelly
for.
pig in there and
They
take
can
him for
go
a
to the
walk?
marina for that. You're okay, Mr. Maniotis, with taking out the smoking, right? Okay. With regard to the dogs, I wanted dogs to be able to walk in the park
Correct.
on a leash with requirement that you pick up after them.
Provide the
It's
bag.
not that
That's
complicated.
right. Provide the
Yes.
bags.
And they will be required to be on a leash.
Yes.
Riuniti brought up the definition.
Yes. Yes.
And that's a requirement. And
Everybody
the
good
cleanup
with that?
stations would be installed around Kelsey Park. There's a
Yes.
cost that's associated with that. We
Yes.
have it in the agenda item, and there are operating funds to set, to cover those costs.
I would say too, not just Kelsey Park, but also in our parks, that because they just don't walk, in Kelsey. They walk in other parks that we,
What we were looking for was initially in Kelsey, but then funding it in the future for other parks as needed.
or we could even get someone from the community to sponsor those bags.
All right, we still have one.
So we have direction now?
All right, we have
Do we have to
direction
do
now.
a motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
I move to approve the ordinance as we discussed as walking. I'm going to say dogs. You're going to do something else with it, I know, but, and to define what domesticated animals are in the statute, and that they must be on leashes while in the park. And must pick up after their animals.
Yes.
And then remove the smoking as part of that ordinance.
Thank you.
Do we have a second?
Second.
That was a long
First
motion.
and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, the ordinance passes unanimously. Town Attorney.
Ordinance 4, 2026, an ordinance of the Town Commission of the Town of Lake Park, Florida, pertaining to use of town parks and public facilities, providing for the amendment of sections 18-62(1) to allow domesticated animals in Kelsey Park and other town parks, providing for severability, providing for codification, providing for the repeal of all laws in conflict, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, again, for the record, item number 14 was removed from the agenda, so we'll move on to item number 15, ordinance 06-2026, amending chapter 767 to comply with Senate Bill 784, administrative plat. Mr. Anders Van.
Good evening, Commissioners. Anders Mayen, Town Planner. This item is being brought before you to modify Chapter 67, which deals with platting, among other things. And basically, what we've done here is pursuant to the Senate Bill 784, we've modified our platting chapter to comply with administrative approval of plats, certain review timelines for plats, and then we also did some general cleanup, omitting references to the Town Commission where they're no longer relevant due to the procedural change. I view this as a fairly simple item, but I'd like to turn it over to you for questions if you have any.
All right, do we have any questions for Mr. Anders? If not, I will entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion to move ordinance 06-26.
I'll second that.
We have first and a second. Any other further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the ordinance passes unanimously. Town Attorney.
Ordinance 6, 2026, an ordinance of the Town Commission of the Town of Lake Park, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 67, Article 1 and Article 2 to comply with Senate Bill 784 regarding administrative plat approvals, providing for codification, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, we have one on ordinance on second reading, ordinance 03, 2026, amending Chapter 78, Article 78-72 for Land Development Code. Mr. Anders, you may begin.
This is back on second reading, so I will just open up to questions if you have any on this ordinance.
Any questions?
I'm good.
If there aren't any questions, I will entertain a motion. A motion from anybody.
I'll go ahead and make the motion for ordinance
Well,
03.
actually, hold on a second. Okay,
For
did you,
second
you
reading.
look like you was going to ask a question. Okay, please, Commissioner Linden, continue.
All right, I'll make the motion to accept ordinance 03-2026, amending Chapter 78, Article 78-72, Land Development Code.
Okay, do we have a second? Second. We have first and a second. Any other further discussion? Seeing none, those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
The ordinance passes 4-1. Town Attorney?
Ordinance 3, 2026, an ordinance of the Town Commission of the Town of Lake Park, Florida, amending the Code of Ordinances, Chapter 78, Article 3, Section 78, 72, providing for codification, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Okay, and new business, we've already heard items 17 and 18. We're moving on to item 19, Resolution 420526, Town Facility Rental and Special Event Fee Waiver and Reduction of the Town of Lake Park Administrative Policy. Ms. Rianiti, please begin.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Commissioners. So I'll try to be brief. We have always had a fee waiver and reduction policy for the town. For the most part, it has been able to be followed by those individuals that come in and fill out a special event permit application or a facility rental application. However, there have been times where we have been asked to go beyond the policy that we already have. And during those times, we could not or cannot make those determinations administratively, so we would then bring those requests before the commission. At an earlier commission meeting this year, we've had, I don't know, maybe had like 3 or 4 requests in one night. And so the commission then decided that, you guys would like to, one, discuss the policy, and then to also discuss whether or not any requests that go beyond the policy should just be denied, or if you would still like us to bring those before you. For example, we get special event permit applications or facility rentals for Kelsey Park, and someone says that they do not want to pay the refundable security deposit. I cannot say yes to that. So then I would create an agenda item and then bring that forward to you all for discussion. You would decide whether or not to approve or disapprove it, and then we would move on. The way that this reduction policy is written, it takes into account the reduction policy that we've basically had since 2007. We made a couple of adjustments based on some of the waivers and reductions that have been requested and approved within the last 2 years. So right now we have the policy before you. I'm here to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, any questions? Vice Mayor?
Yeah, this is just great. But just to slow this down, I really understand. I think we get a number of requests, and I believe that we're all on the same page here. One, that we're not going to pretty much, I think, waiving the rights to insurance, we want to hear about that. When it comes to fees, I personally think it can be taken care of in-house. Doesn't need to come to the commission at all. But using the insurance I think probably need to come to the commission. I think a lot of, and not saying that, I think you guys are adult enough to make those decisions that doesn't need to have to come to us about waiving fees. Like, I don't want it, like we're dictating the party, you know, so. That's my opinion.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Linden.
I slightly disagree with Vice Mayor. I think that to take the pressure off of you, the decision should be made by the commission to waive or adjust fees. And some we do, some we don't. So I disagree with letting that go. I still think it should be part of the commissioner's decision.
Vice Mayor?
Is there a policy already? So
Yes.
if there's a policy in place,
That is what we stick
yeah,
to.
I mean, why
If
bring
someone
it
comes
back
to me to ask,
us? Now, if it's more than over the policy, I agree that it should come back, but there's a policy in place about, all right, I don't know, I'm be honest, I don't, 50% off for all schools. All right, if that's the case, why do it need to come to the commission if it's already been in policy? I get it's a lot of like bringing a lot of these truck things back. Like we already budgeted them for them, as we keep bringing them back, and we just kind of sit here and debate about something that's already policy.
I don't think there's policies, though.
yes, there has been a policy since 2007. What we bring to you all are requests that go beyond the
threshold.
policy.
Right, okay. Yeah, like nonprofits, different, right, if it goes beyond the current policy, yeah,
Right.
I like to see it.
Okay. Commissioner O'Rourke?
Yes, is there a way for us to not allow the waiver of fees by just making that a policy? You can't waive the facility fee. We're not making any money on it anyway, so why are we waiving the fee? I mean, if we do these things for rental revenue, why are we waiving them?
You could do that.
That's
an option.
I guess that was a rhetorical question, wasn't it? Not really one that you can answer, can it?
I mean, we have the policy put in place. You can definitely decide to say, forget the policy. We're not waiving anything. Everyone pays full price
Well,
for.
the vice mayor brings up a good point with regard to insurance. You shouldn't waive stuff like that.
Nope.
And I wonder why we're waiving facility fees. It just keeps rolling on more and more, and then more people go, oh, I can get away with that too. So, yeah, I want to waive my, and that's what you get. So I think we should stop doing this. That's my view, so.
I kind of feel the same way. I think we've exhausted ourselves with waiving fees.
It just keeps rolling on and on.
Typically,
Yes, ma'am.
Ms. Franks? No. Yes. Oh, my goodness. It's after 9 o'clock. Typically, the requests that come before us, it's already chocolate. Typically, the request that comes before us is from nonprofits, right? That come and make their requests for the waiver of fees for the security, for the facility, for their insurance, correct? I mean, you don't normally bring.
Sometimes we get an occasional individual, like the
Wedding.
bridal shower earlier this year.
Right.
So occasionally we get those.
But for the most part,
But for the most part, people abide by the policies that's already in place.
This is what it costs to rent it, they go ahead and rent the fee,
Yes.
correct?
Yes, for the most part, people abide by it. They don't ask us for additional, anything.
Because I think what I mostly see are the schools that are making requests for the Mirror Ballroom and they want to waive the rental fee, or for a nonprofit organization that wants to do that, correct?
Something that goes beyond what you guys have already allotted to them.
Vice Mayor?
I just want to say I did like the discount thing that I saw, like giving discounts to the resident. That'd probably cut out some of the waiving about discounting.
If you're a town resident?
Yeah. That will definitely suppress a lot of need for waiving.
But I do agree with Commissioner Roy. Maybe it's time to just snap it.
No, I'm of that same light to end this wavering situation, because
Let's not waver over this anymore. Let's make a decision, okay?
Oh.
Look at that one.
Look at you being so eloquent.
Catch that one.
Okay, so
It's getting late, man, come on.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve revolution.
Revolution.
Resolution. It's only 11 o'clock. 420526 in the Town of Lake Park's administrative policy regarding town facility rental and special event fee waiver and reduction.
Okay, before we do a second, Town Manager, you had
I
something?
just want to clarify
Yeah.
before, because if we are eliminating the waivers, then we're not going forward with this policy any
Right.
longer. So we would
Right.
have to probably bring back, Tom, would we have to revise this resolution and bring it back? Or can we go forward and just
Vote it down.
eliminate?
This has not been seconded, by the way, so we do not have an
Oh,
official
sorry.
motion.
So
It's
it's me
okay.
talking to Tom.
No, I think that's a good
Yes.
question.
And what Commissioner Linden just read is to approve
Prove, yes.
Before
the
us.
resolution as is, which does include the waivers and reductions.
Tom, I'd love to hear what you have
What-
to say.
Why
at
don't
this
you
point.
continue it and hope, and put it on consent at your next meeting and hope no one pulls it?
Yeah, that's probably the best way.
I'm sorry.
Okay, we're gonna pull it in.
Second.
Consent.
Yeah, let's do it quick
Since
before.
we didn't have a second, we can
Yeah.
pull it, right?
Yeah,
Yes.
right.
Okay, thank you.
We'll see you next week on the 20th on the consent agenda.
If it gets.
We-
are
we'll
they-
do that.
Is the
pulling
Nick
it.
game still on?
So we'll change the resolution for the next meeting.
Yeah, no,
Change it to
They're going to continue it. Do they need to vote to continue it? Or?
No, but
No,
I
we
do
pulled
believe there's consensus that we're not going, we don't
You
want
just
to
fa-
waive the
No, it's failed, you're gonna bring it
facilities.
back with a decision.
No, he's just saying about.
I think bring
Well-
it back with, that
we're
we
removing
suggest a
that we're
new
removing.
policy, that there's no waiver of facility fees. Is that okay? As-
Yeah, are you going to still offer the discounts to the resident or just no waiver?
Yes, no.
Okay, yeah, then that's perfect, yeah.
Oh, wait.
Everything kind of remains the same.
Well, we're not waiving anything 100%.
No. Here, let me. Everything remains the same when it goes outside of the bounds of our normal policy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Then Reuniti brings it to us.
Is that what we're saying?
That's pretty much it in a nutshell.
No, that's
I'm looking for non-waiver of facility fees. That's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Period.
What I think we're saying, and I think we're kind of discombobulated here, is that we're saying that non-waiver of utilities fees, but we will facility, but we will offer a discount to the residents,
We can.
like
For
a 20%,
facilities?
30%, yeah.
Well, we don't have discounts now, do we?
Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We have
I thought we
waivers and
tabled it.
reductions for the public sector, for nonprofits. So when Coastal Middle School, middle and high school comes for their prom, those things are waived.
Okay,
When bridges,
we've already pulled it.
Well, it failed for a
We'll
lack
work
of
on
a
it.
second, that's
Yeah.
what happened.
We'll work on it.
We've already pulled it. It's
We'll
okay.
work on it.
It just failed for a lack of a second.
Town attorney comments. Town attorney comments.
Thank you, Mayor.
Okay.
I want to clarify something for those of you that, which would be Commissioner O'Rourke, Mayor, and Commissioner Linden, received this amended Uniform Differentiated Case Management Order. And let me explain what it is. When a lawsuit is filed, the court, as a matter of practice, serves an order on the parties that explains to the parties what the schedule is going to be for the proceeding in front of them. So discovery and trial and all of that. What happened here is that when Mr. Perhacs filed his original complaint, he had named the town, now Mayor Michaud, then Mayor O'Rourke, and twice Commissioner Linden. Mr. Perhacs amended his complaint and took the 3 individuals out of the complaint, but the court, Judge Kastrenakis came into the court for Judge Harper because of Judge Harper's health, and Kastrenakis, as a matter of course, just filed this differentiated management order without realizing, I presume, that the 3 individuals were taken out of the complaint. So you as individuals have no obligation to appear on May 7, 2027 for calendar call because you're not in the complaint.
That would be tomorrow, right?
No, 27.
Oh, May 27. Oh,
Yeah,
my.
that's when.
I may not be around then.
So that's that unless you have any.
Tom, can
yes,
I
sir.
ask you, I'm sorry, Mr. Baird, may I ask you a question with regard to that? It does not prevent anybody else from bringing the 3 commissioners that we've discussed back into a lawsuit if they file a motion to do that. Is that correct?
Well, another plaintiff could
Join
file a lawsuit, but they couldn't bring them back into here because the parties are already established.
Okay.
So the framework of this case is now established. It's only against the town commission. That's the way it's been proceeding since the amended complaint was filed.
Okay. Thank you.
Are you foreshadowing?
And unfortunately, because of that, the town is still, I'm not sure why, and we'll try to get this straightened out, but the town is still receiving pleadings in that case when our firm has entered an appearance on behalf of the town, and all of those pleadings should just be going to us and not going to the town. But it's the courthouse is a large entity, and it's hard to get through to them sometimes. Okay, that's number 1. Sales at Sea, we have engaged Sales at Sea LLC's counsel, and we have established a mediator, and we are trying to mediate that in May with the hopes of resolving that so that those slips where the barge was formerly located can again become operational for the town. And third, the town had a lawsuit filed against it by a former employee, Bryant King, and that's a race discrimination lawsuit that was filed. That has been sent to the insurance carrier. It alleges damages, so the carrier will defend that. It's important to note that there's a prerequisite to filing such a lawsuit, and that is that you have to make a claim through either the federal EEOC or the County Office of Equal Opportunity. That claim was made to the Office of Equal Opportunity, and the county ruled that the claim was unfounded. So it's difficult to believe that the lawsuit itself will be successful, but that's just a procedural posture, and that's where it's at. And that's it.
Okay, thank you. Town manager.
Can I ask one last question?
Go ahead, Commissioner Rourke.
Tom, if a lawsuit was brought against the 3 of us from another party, are we entitled to attorneys?
If it's filed, in all likelihood, you would need to retain counsel. But
would we be covered under the Gehring EO? What is it called with exceptions and omissions, whatever it is?
Under your insurance policy, I don't believe typically sunshine lawsuits are not covered under that.
Okay. Thanks for the good news.
Anytime.
That's it for me.
Town manager.
Just a couple quick things. There are a number of events that are upcoming. The VFW is having a craft and community yard sale on Saturday, May 16th from 8 a.m. to 2 p.m. At their location at 354 10th Street. It's a free event. We have the Haitian Flag Day celebration that's coming up also on Saturday, May 16th from 3 to 9 p.m. at Burt Bostrom Park. We have our Memorial Day ceremony, which will be sponsored by the VFW on Monday, May 25th at 11 a.m. in Kelsey Park. There will be a free community barbecue at the event at the VFW event hall at 354 10th Street after the event. Then we also have our sunset celebration on Friday, May 29th from 6 to 9 p.m. at Kelsey Park. As always, that's a free event as well. Want to congratulate Mayor Mashad, of course, as being re-elected to serve on the Palm Beach County League of Cities, and also to the Florida League of Cities Board of Directors. But I also want to say congratulations to you all for being home rule heroes. That's a really, really important honor to you all, and I want to say thank you for all the hard work that you put in this year in representing and celebrating our community and protecting our community. And then one last thing, if I can make a reminder to you all for your budget priorities. If you could provide those to my office, I would appreciate it. That way we can proceed forward with our budget process. And just want to say thank you to our staff for all the hard work that they do always. So we had a really great event the other day, a training that Paul really took the lead on and talked about cybersecurity. I know we had Commissioner Linden here, and so that was really helpful, and I appreciate that. So it was a free training from FIU through the state of Florida. So it was a great opportunity for us to be more prepared for cybersecurity issues. So thank you.
Okay. Commissioner comments. I'll start with Commissioner Linden. You got anything? Commissioner Linden.
Oh, okay. I just want to add to what the town manager said. It was good training. For those that weren't able to be here, we had bagels, donuts, coffee, water, juice. We had all kind of stuff on those two tables. So.
But the training was good too.
Yeah, but the food was better. Hint, 10 o'clock. Hey, it's 10:49. Hey, I want a special thank you to Lamar, even though he's not here, for the videos he's been doing.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
I've been getting some nice feedback. I do have an issue, though. I don't know how to find them.
The videos?
Yeah, they're nowhere on the town website.
They are on YouTube under the shorts section on YouTube, so you should be able to find them there.
I think what he's trying, again,
Go
speaking
ahead.
Linden, I think he's trying to say we need a redirect from the website
To the YouTube page? Got it.
Our splash page on the town website, there's virtually two almost blank buttons to push on the bottom. And if we use one of those, I think it would be good.
We'll work on that. Absolutely. Good idea. Thank you.
The other is, I thought we had discussion, and we were going to change up the monthly newsletter. It's long, no?
No, I'm listening to you.
Oh, long overdue. It needs a fresh look. And the last thing that I've got, and it got brought up, we posted it and put it out for the police Tuesday.
What do you mean when you're talking about the newsletter?
No, well, Community Watch on
Yes.
Tuesday, 6 o'clock.
Yeah.
You go on the calendar, and it's both the 12th and the 16th. So while we said it should be on the 12th, if somebody jumps on our own town calendar and wants to go, I'm sorry, it's the 12th and the 19th. So
Oh,
they
okay,
decide, so we're double posting things, that's
We'll
all.
clean that up.
Well, yeah, okay, you just got to stay on top of that, that's
We'll
all.
clean that up. Thank
All
you.
right, that's it.
Okay. Commissioner O'Rourke.
Happy Mother's Day on Monday to all of those who are the most wonderful people in our society.
What's that? Could you
Happy Mother's Day.
Yes, absolutely.
And I have a bunch of other stuff, but we are already at 10:52, which is 2 minutes past what we're allowed to be.
11.
I know, but I'm trying to
Okay.
move it along. Thank you.
Commissioner Thomas.
Good afternoon. I wanted to say that I had a wonderful time at the ribbon cutting at the Allen B. Miller Hospital in
Oh,
North.
yeah, that was very good.
That was like really, really nice. But tonight we were talking about activities and recreation, what we don't do. I really would like for our recreation special event department to look at community trips that we used to do here in town. That is such a great family activity that we could like do, and especially even like in the summer where we could do, rent a bus, we charge a fee and go about, doing that again.
I did
Whether-
it when I was a kid.
Yeah, and I remember like going to some of them. So I think as we look, forward for, this new fiscal year, that's really a great family-oriented kind of thing that we can look at. Thank you.
That's a wish list.
We'll put it in.
All set? Okay. Vice Mayor?
I'm going to be very brief. I want to wish all the teachers and Lake Park teachers out there a happy Teacher Appreciation Week. And I want to thank the Palm Beach County School Board for having to stand up and giving them the raise
Yes, 3.5.
that they deserve. Even though they deserve a little more, I really appreciate that.
That's awesome. My household thanks them. I'll just leave it like that. My household thanks them very much, speaking as a teacher and educator. So, all right, I really have nothing other than this has been a long night. Leave this as a note. We need to work on staying on track when it comes to our agenda items. With that, I will entertain a motion of adjournment.
Motion adjourned.